Tribune. Tribune.
Odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate. But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Hey, what an amazing 6 months of education and fun. Thank you for your science outreach.
Tribune. 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 Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Was a big dinosaur, but will the doctor say he must have been the very fearsome hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. A very happy Monday to you, or whatever time it may be, whenever you're watching this. Whether you're watching live right now, hello chat, hello everybody, thank you so much for being here. And whether you're watching sometime in the future, either in the VOD, on Twitch, or on the old YouTube. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're gonna have a fun stream today, but before I tell you about it, let me introduce myself real quick, especially for anybody who might be new here. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, a paleontologist, of course, is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. I guess contrary to popular belief. Anyway, I always try and point that out. Try not to be too much of a dinosaur chauvinist here. But anyway, yeah, I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I present on them at conferences, all that good stuff. And nowadays, I talk about dinosaurs right here on Twitch 5 days a week. So I'm glad you could make it. It's great to have you here. If you happen to have questions about dinosaurs in particular, my wheelhouse, my locus of scientific interest and expertise, or if you've got questions about broader topics in natural history, extinction, evolution, the fossil record, or how we figure all this stuff out, like how science works, or the basic philosophy of science, any of that stuff. If you've got questions about that, I've got answers. So you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. On today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about dinosaurs of Patagonia. Dinosaur Dave, a valued member of this community, he actually went to a special exhibition down there in Straya, looking at some Gondwanan dinosaurs. So we'll be talking about all these incredible dinosaurs from Argentina. We'll also be talking about, what else did we have on our agenda? Let me have a look. We'll be talking about Borealopelta a little bit. Yeah, this amazing dinosaur mummy, ankylosaur mummy, from up in Canada, Alberta, I believe.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs
It's true,
who had
Lloyd.
been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yep, their loss is our gain, Lloyd, and your Prime is my gain. Thank you so much for that Prime sub there, Lloyd. I really appreciate the 11 months of support. That is extraordinary, Lloyd. That's almost a whole year there. For once, that's true. Thank you for the 11 months, Lloyd. I really appreciate that. If anybody happens to have Amazon Prime and you're not yet subscribed to this channel, you'd like to support science outreach like Lloyd is doing there, you can support me for free. You can subscribe to this channel, which means that, you know, everybody gets to watch for free, but you will get an ad-free viewing experience, which is pretty special and pretty cool. And there's instructions on how to do that right here. Let's mute this dingus and scroll down. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Shoot, I had it here earlier. I gotta redo that. I took it off for some reason. Oh. I remember why I took it off. But, yeah, I'll put it back on up there. Anyway, let's see. How to use a Twitch Prime sub. There we go. Oh, they call it Prime Gaming now, I guess. But yeah, here you go. Anyway, you can do like Lloyd has done. And, there you go. Yeah. You gotta link your Amazon and Twitch accounts first. Amazon bought Twitch a number of years ago. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, we're talking about Patagonian dinosaurs. We'll talk about Borealopelta. We'll talk about the rather insane phenomenon of dinosaur auctions today. And, this is a live broadcast. We'll see where things go, you know? Most of this week's broadcasts are going to be pretty freewheeling. But yeah, anyway, before we talk about any of that stuff, let me scroll up to the top of here and say hello to everybody. Was that a new person? I see a name I don't recognize. Raven6766, how are you doing? And welcome to Paleontologizing. Raven, are you still here? Raven6766. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How did you find the channel? I'd love to know. I hope you feel welcome here. Ask me some questions, if you feel like it. Let's scroll up to the top of chat. We'll see, shoot, I've already lost the top of chat. So many messages. Brow is here. Welcome, welcome, Brow. I remember I also saw Smorphosaurus, Lenina, Kodali, Kirsten Games, and, of course, Jody Fish up at the top, too. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's great to see you here. Thanks for being so bright and early. It's such a privilege to be able to talk about science 5 days a week and have people show up day in and day out. It's such a privilege to be able to talk with you, you know, have a discussion like this, and it definitely feels validating for me to have you tune in just about every day. It's pretty incredible. So thank you for your continued viewership and your support. Yeah. And go for Fluffernut. Thank you so much for your 6 months of support right there. Yeah, really appreciate that, Fluffer. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Eddie Scarin, what's cooking with you? It's good to see you. And Dinosaur Dave says, in reference to the Dinosaurs of Patagonia stuff, which we'll be looking at in a few moments here. Look at that. Pretty incredible. What an awesome exhibition. Oh, I can't wait to look through these photos. The Dinosaur Dave says there's videos of close-ups of some of the fossils as well, so you can see some details. I took pictures of more or less everything. This could take a while. Well, it'll be a lot of fun, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Cephalon Wolf says, son, Dad, can you tell me what a solar eclipse is? And Dad says, no, son. No, son. Cephalon Wolf with the puns. How you doing, Cephalon? Luna Sear. What's shaking with you? Good to see ya. Welcome, welcome, Luna. And Timber says, hi, Danny. I told some people to check you out. Thank you, Timber. How are you doing, by the way, Timber? It's good to see you. I hope all is well. Blinkster says, I am ready. I'm glad you are, Blinkster, because this is now. This is happening. This is live, you know? Yeah. Welcome, welcome, Blinkster. All right, Luna Sear, Oscar Jr.'s, Kirsten Games. Kirsten, I hope your waiting in the ER is quick and it doesn't take too long. Holy cow, I'm sorry you got to get stitches. Oh boy, yeah, that's not fun. But it's an honor to be able to talk to you while you're in there in the waiting room, Kirsten. Yeah, hopefully I can make your stay in the hospital a little bit more enjoyable and with a lot more dinosaurs than you would otherwise have. Yeah. And who else have we got? Texas Cryptid, howdy howdy. Give them now. What's shaking with you? And Trek Nerd with the shape of a horn on its forehead. That wouldn't be Styracosaurus. That horn's on its nose, Trek Nerd. Although it would be kind of funny to rewrite the lyrics to Smash Mouth's All-Star and have them be about dinosaurs and actually have them be coherent. That could be pretty funny. Yeah. Vigilante, evening to you too. Welcome, welcome. Arle, Turdoon to you as well. Hope your week's off to a good start, Arle. Arle, you're traveling this week, right? Hope things are good. Thanks for tuning in while you're traveling. Orange Boy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope all is well. And I did have a good vacation, Vigilante. I really did. I had a lovely little weekend vacation. Really excellent. I was able to go down to Santa Cruz and see a bunch of cool stuff down there, and it was pretty awesome. I forget how close that area is to the Bay Area, you know? Because, of course, I'm broadcasting to you now from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, which was decidedly less sunny yesterday, but still beautiful. The sun's out today. There's no rain. I think we're getting some rain tonight. Good. Anyway, Santa Cruz is just that way. In fact, actually, if you follow that highway across the bridge, that's Highway 1, you will, you'll get to Santa Cruz. Yeah. Cool place. So, yeah. Yeah, let's start this song over. There we go. Good stuff. Optic Nerve, howdy howdy. How are you doing, Optic Nerve? Welcome, welcome. Oh, you know what? I also forgot. Got to set up our sub goal for the day. Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna have to make sure that we're good about sub goals this week. Monday, science, outreach, sub, goal.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Started. Because I'm not going to be streaming on Wednesday. I'm taking the day off of streaming to do some science and to focus on that. But I'm making up for it with a special broadcast on Saturday instead, and I'll tell you about that as more details emerge. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. More details forthcoming, but Wednesday, no Paleontologizing stream. I'll see if maybe I can upload an old VOD to YouTube and live premiere it at my normal streaming time, so you can tune into the YouTube channel and check that out then. But I'm going to be focusing on science, spending a whole day, solid block of time. You know, no stream in the middle of the day to break things up, just solid block of time working on science on Wednesday as I try and get this Spinosaur manuscript done so that Denver and I can publish it. So, yeah. Yeah, but if you'd like a sneak peek of the Spinosaur paper, well, that's going to happen on Saturday. More details to follow, so stay tuned. Yeah, all right, scrolling down, this is taking way too long. Holy cow. Neilf, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Eagle Star Trucker, what's shaking with you? Golganek, always lovely to see you. I'm glad you could make it today. And Nerf Dermer, I'm doing okay. Hope you are too, Nerf Dermer. Yeah. And you got to see Borealopelta at the Royal Tyrrell? Very cool. Yeah, holy moly. That museum in Drumheller is something else. It's beautiful. Something else in a good way. Yeah. Prime Gaming, more like Prime Sciencing, MS Coggins. Yes, indeed. Do I not have a... Oh. There you go, MS Coggins. How you doing, MS Coggins? It's great to see you. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're well. Yeah. And Eagle Star Trucker says, one of your subs used your emojis in another chat, and I clicked on it and followed it. That's awesome, Eagle Star Trucker. That's how you found the channel? That's pretty neat. Invisible Dimensions is here too. Welcome. Welcome, Invisible. And Raven says, I came in with a raid from Astro Canuck. Astro Canuck, who just got partner. Was it last week? Very exciting. Shout out to Astro Canuck for doing some more cool science streams. Yeah, if you like space, if you like space science, if you like space exploration, go check out Astro Canuck's channel. And Luna Seer just made lunch. Happy for everyone's company. It's great to have you here, Luna Seer. And Nell says, Danny, I found an interesting named pub in Wales on a walk yesterday. It's called the Cambrian Tap. Well, Nell, you know, paleo people like us, Nell, we hear the word Cambrian, and we immediately think of, like, you know, we're immediately thinking of, like the Burgess Shale fauna, you know? You know, this is immediately what crosses our minds. Is critters like this, you know? Just really weird critters from about 500 million years ago. From up there in Canada. Or maybe from the Xinjiang body. Oh, uh-oh. Whoop. That was an Ottawa, I think. Almost got eaten by an Opabinia there. There's some... What are those? Oh, Anomalocaris cruising by right there. Big old predator. Anyway, we think of this. But, Cambrian, does anybody here know what where that name comes from? Cambria is actually like an old word for the country of Wales. W-A-L-E-S. Not Wales like cetaceans. Wales like the country in the UK. In the United Kingdom. Cambrian means Welsh, basically. So that's probably why that pub was called that out there in Wales. So, there you go, Nell. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Let's see. Scrolling down. Try not to miss anybody, but I'll probably miss somebody. Fedorasaur, how you doing? Welcome. Fall Machine. How are you doing? Tommy Stardust, says Fall Machine. Isn't it Ziggy Stardust? Maybe a relative of Ziggy Stardust. Vigilantis says, my sibling kept telling me, you need to watch this guy on Twitch. He reminds me of you. And eventually, I beat Executive Function Battle and I'm still here. Really? Somebody told you that I reminded them of you, Vigilanta? Well, holy cow. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you're here, Vigilanta. And you've become such a wonderful member of this community. Shout out to your sibling there, Vigilanta. Holy cow, a paleontologizing salute to them. That's pretty cool. But yeah. Vigilantis is one of the old counties like Mercia and Northumbria. Is that right, Vigilante? Interesting. Creatrix Brit is here too. How are you doing, Brit? I hope all's well with you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And very cool, Dr. Terra. Air sac attachments or tendon scars. Interesting. I wonder how many of these are open access. And let's see. New frog. Very cool. That's neat, Dr. Terra. Thylacine extinction. I saw Darren tweeting about this. And, yeah, very interesting stuff. By the way, speaking of frogs, that new, fossil frog there. Here we go. Unbeknownst to me, thank you to SF Bart for pointing this out. Bart is teaming up at the San Francisco Zoo to celebrate World Frog Day next Monday, March 20th, live on Twitch. Holy cow, I didn't know that Twitch had a... I didn't know that Bart had a Twitch account. That's pretty cool. It's World Frog Day on Monday, March 20th. We'll have to talk about fossil frogs then. I will put that on the calendar. That's going to be really neat. Yeah. Bart and SF Zoo are celebrating red-legged frogs. Yes, those red-legged frogs. They're kind of a threatened species here in the Bay Area. They're very special. So yeah, pretty neat. So yeah, I didn't even realize SF Bart has got a Twitch channel. I will have to follow. Very cool. Maybe we'll even raid in that day or something. They've only got 590 followers? Shoot. So, SF Bart, that's one of the reasons why I moved back to the Bay Area after growing up here. When I lived in Montana, I moved back to California. I didn't have a car when I came back here for like 3 years, something like that. And I didn't need a car because there was Bart, our like commuter rail system. Bart gave me tremendous freedom growing up. That's the whole reason I was able to go work at the Paleontology Museum. It's because there was Bart. I couldn't drive. I didn't have a car. So yeah, I would not be here today were it not for the Bay Area Rapid Transit. So, that's pretty cool. I definitely owe them a debt of gratitude and tremendous love for the whole BART system. Yeah, so that's gonna be really neat. Yeah. Luna Sears has had a similar experience. There you go. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, shoot. That's today? Today's the 20th? Oh, my goodness, you're totally right. Holy cow. Well, we'll see if we can go raid in. If raids are possible. Yeah, shoot. Oh, it's a shame I can't watch that live. I'll have to look at the VOD. But I guess today is World Frog Day. Maybe we'll talk about fossil frogs. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And appreciate, respect the enthusiasm, non-desire. There you go, Vigilante. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, SF Bart has got a Twitch channel. We will have to... yeah. I'll have to raid in. That's pretty awesome. I guess I know where we're raiding today, if they're still live. But, yeah. And actually, if you'd prefer to go watch them, here's the link. But I hope you stick around here until they start. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. So, very cool. It's World Frog Day. That's neat. But, and it looks like I got to the bottom of chat, too, which is, an achievement in and of itself. Let's take a look at these photos, which Dinosaur Dave shared with us. And it doesn't look like embiggening or ensmallening the images actually makes any difference, but holy cow, dinosaurs of Patagonia. This is really, really neat. I wonder if there's a YouTube video that I could pull up that would kind of introduce this to us, because oftentimes they do a little promo video. But these are going to be some dinosaurs from one of the most fossil-rich, most important to dinosaur paleontology regions in the whole world. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah. Dinosaurs of Patagonia. Very, very neat. And this is in Perth. Really, really cool. And this guy's going to be talking about this. Was that a thylacine? Interesting. Anyway, let's go to Dinosaur Dave's photos. These are going to be better. There we go. Very, very cool. And Smorf, that is going to be Giganotosaurus, or maybe Mapusaurus. Both Giganotosaurus and Mapusaurus are both from Argentina. By the way, what we're talking about here, Patagonia is a region in Argentina and Chile. It's basically the southern part of the continent of South America, encompassing southern Argentina and southern Chile. So south of Buenos Aires, south of Santiago. There you go right there, Patagonia. It is a pretty cool place. The southern end of South America, governed by Argentina y Chile. This is one of the most dinosaur-rich regions on the planet. It is incredibly important, and, well, we're about to see why. Some of your favorite dinosaurs are from this part of the world. And, Adriana Katarina, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Adriana says, I was just about to go to sleep. Well, good night, everyone, or morning. I'm so tired. I can get to join. Well, anyway, good night. Well, good night to you, too, Adriana. Hey, I stream 5 days a week, so you can catch me any weekday that you'd like. I'm guessing you're probably in a time zone more advanced than my own. Maybe in Europe, I'm guessing. Anyway, welcome, Adriana. Follow, if you'd like. Oh, and hang on a minute. SF Bart just followed. Is that right? Holy cow. SF Bart. If you're watching right now, if that actually is you, I'm a little bit starstruck. I just followed you. Maybe you saw a notification or something, but welcome to Paleontologizing. I am broadcasting to you live from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And I grew up riding Bart. I would not be here today if it were not for the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit System. So I really owe a lot to Bart. And, yeah, holy cow. I wish I could watch your live stream about frogs. Holy moly. But yeah. So anyway. And Kirsten says, Bart used to get me to A's games when I was an intern at the Bay Area. Yeah, goes like right there to the stadium. You just take the little walkway there. I've been to an A's game or two in my day. So anyway, that's very, very cool. I actually need to get in contact with the higher-ups at BART, because there's something real special, a neat intersection between paleontology and the Bay Area Rapid Transit System. I know I've talked about this before, but I can't resist. Let me show you again. Hang on just a minute here. Wah! There we go. Let's see. Oh, that's not gonna work. Give me a second here. Let's see. The year is 1967. The San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit System is in the process of being built. Downtown Berkeley, just a few blocks from the Museum of Paleontology at the University of California. This happens. Here's a short article from the Oakland Tribune. Sloth slows down rapid transit project. Berkeley, an extinct, slow-moving animal temporarily halted a rapid transit project on Shattuck Avenue. Workmen excavating the ditch for the downtown Berkeley Bay Area Rapid Subway station at Shattuck Avenue and Center Street found what appeared to be a fossil bone fragments from a ground sloth. The evidence was quickly moved to safety, and Professor Donald E. Savage, acting director of the University of California Museum of Paleontology, tentatively identified the remains. The bone is in terrible shape, Savage said, and will be dried and covered with a compound to be sure it is from a sloth. Well, I actually got to speak with Howard Hutchinson, who was the guy who helped excavate the thing. And, yeah. Here is a follow-up article that came out a few days later. That is a giant ground sloth, probably Paramylodon. Big old Pleistocene ground sloth that would have lived in Berkeley. It's probably a few 100,000 years old, maybe. But, yeah, right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. That fossil is at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. And, one of these days, I'd like to help build an exhibit around that. I think it could be a really neat kind of joint venture between me, Paleontologizing, UCMP, the Museum of Paleontology, and maybe SF BART, if they'd like to be involved with that too. So, anyway, very cool. So yeah, anyway. SF Bart, thank you so much for the follow. And holy moly. Yeah. Wonderful. I wish I could watch their stream. Is it going yet? Not yet. Not yet. Anyway, really cool to see them on Twitch. Again, I would not be who I am. I would not be here today if it were not for Bart. So, big props to public transit there. And Novarix LP, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. So anyway, yeah. And that was a karaoke version of the song, Lunasir. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd for that or whatever. Nah. Should be fine. Anyway, let's get back to Dinosaur Dave's photos from this wonderful exhibition down there in Straya. That looks to me like Giganotosaurus. Very cool. These beautiful skeletal mounts, and holy moly, there is Patagotitan itself. Patagotitan, tomato, potato. Big old sauropod dinosaur, huge titanosaur. One of the biggest we have thus far. There's some little ornithischian dinosaurs. Are these maybe Gasparinosaura? That's my guess. Yeah. Cool. And Blinkster says these images must have been rotated 180 degrees if they were taken in Straya. Blinkster, maybe, you know? Yeah. Or if they were taken in Rand McNally, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Here, take a look. Hey, language, Bart. There you go. Yeah. That is one where he gets the boot, Kirsten. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently I don't know, a lot of people in Australia got really upset about that episode. Fair enough. I think these are Gasparinosaura, which, famously, they were in that that image that was really popular around the initial description of Giganotosaurus. Yeah, I remember this being on the cover of really a popular book that I had. Shoot, where is it? How is this not the first image there? What are you doing, Google image search? If we just search Giganotosaurus, it'll come up faster. Who was the artist behind that? It was James Gurney. Yeah. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. There's our Giganotosaurus, and there's little tiny Gasparinosaura right there, just trying to escape. Those poor little beaky plant eaters. Get away! You can do it, Gasparinosaura. Ah, it is a classic, Kirsten. The image with two things is Gasparinosaura. Well, there we go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, I got it. But Dinosaur Dave says that it's not Giganotosaurus. Is it Mapusaurus? Dinosaur Dave? It's the other big Carcharodontosaur from Argentina, is it not? Not Mapusaurus. What is it then? Mapusaurus? Because it's totally a Giganotosaurus skull that they put on it. It could be that new guy. Oh, what was it called? It just came out last summer. It's not Maip. That's the Megaraptorian. Is it Meraxes? Meraxes gigas? Might be that. Oh, it might be Tyrannotitan too. Yeah, we've got a few. Shoot, we've got a few big Carcharodontosaurs nowadays, don't we? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, these critters might all well form a lineage with Giganotosaurus. You know, they could very well be an ancestor or descendant of this critter. And it is Tyrannotitan. Okay, there you go. Yeah. And Vigilante says, I like how you talk about dinosaurs like they're movies. That one came out last summer. Well, it did. Yeah. Meraxes was just published last summer. I remember streaming about it when I was in Idaho. From the hotel. When I was in Pocatello, Idaho. So yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of South American dinosaur news. Absolutely, Jody Fish. Holy cow, was there. Anyway, let's get back to these. These are indeed Gasparinosaura. Dinosaur Dave is confirmed. There's Nickensaurus there, named after the Nikken Basin. Maybe the Nikken Formation? Kind of a smallish Titanosaur there. Pretty cool. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if it were a juvenile. I think that Patagonian Titanosaurs are probably, maybe, massively oversplit. So many things that get described as juveniles are things that are described from just one vertebra or part of a tail or something. They very well might be what we call ontogomorphs. They might be examples of, exactly, ontogeny. Yeah. The growth and development of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs changed a lot as they grew and developed.
Ontogeny.
Where they might even look like entirely different animals at different growth stages. Ontogeny. So, that's...
Ontogeny.
That's one of those things. Stop it.
Ontogeny.
Uh-oh, it's stuck. Oh, no. There we go. And I'll see you tomorrow, too, Brow. Welcome. Have a good night, Brow. But welcome to Iacane, Powder. How are you doing, Iacane? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you, Iacane Powder. I hope you're doing well. When's the next time you're streaming, by the way? I would love to know. Uh-oh. This is still here. How do we...
Ontogeny.
No. It's stuck in the on position. How do I undo that? I guess it's just on a loop now, and I have to turn the source on or off on OBS. Anyway, live broadcast, everybody. You know how it goes. But yeah. So yeah, Nicansaurus, I would not be surprised at all if this animal just turned out to be a juvenile Titanosaur. They should do some histo on it if they've not yet. And, yeah, determine if this thing is actually mature, which I would guess it's probably not. But who knows? Yeah. And, Oscar Jr. says, that alert always gives me a mini heart attack in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, Oscar Jr. Shoot. It's not the intention. Yeah. Anyway, continuing through here. Very cool. There's a Margosaurus there. Another very popular sauropod dinosaur. It seems like those big, tall neural spines on its neck actually supported more of a sail or a hump. They weren't actually covered with keratin, as you often see in a lot of reconstructions, which is interesting. Another animal that we only have one skeleton of. There's only one known specimen of a Margosaurus. So we've got a sample size of exactly one for this animal. We don't actually know how big it would have gotten if it were full grown. So yeah, another instance when we need more fossils. Like Carnotaurus. There you go, Smurf, yeah. Ziga Nightmares, this is indeed an amazing exhibit. Holy cow. Thank you again to Dinosaur Dave for showing this to us. I'm going to show a little video about... I'm so glad they've got multiple of these now. That's so cool. There's not just one cast of Patagotitan. There are several, which is very, very cool. Here, take a look at this real quick. You can see the assembly of this Patagotitan skeleton in 60 seconds. Take a look. Oh, so here they are. Shoot, they're excavating. They had heavy equipment there. My goodness. Look at the size of that femur. Holy cow. Big old humerus there, looks like. Some scapulae. They're rapid prototyping this. Really, really neat. So there were, I think, 3 specimens of Patagotitan that were all found together. And so we've got the majority of the animal skeleton. There were just a few things that they had to kind of guess about. One of them is the skull. They kind of made an amalgam of different skulls of other titanosaurs, other members of the same family, to like make a best guess as to what the animal's skull would look like. But yeah, and there's Sir David himself, living legend, David Attenborough. Check that out. Very, very cool. And you did close-ups for the femurs? Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. That's really cool. Here, let's take a look at this video again real quick. I know we watched this before, but it's a good one.
A new dinosaur is coming to the halls of the American Museum of Natural History.
Yeah.
This Titanosaur is a really huge animal.
And Titanosaur, Titanosaur, tomato, potato. Call it either. Doesn't really matter.
This Titanosaur is a really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long.
Holy moly.
It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago.
Yeah.
The last 20 years have really been the new golden age of dinosaur discovery. New kinds of animals have been found all over the world, in Africa and Asia and Patagonia. And this is just one of the latest.
There's...
a couple of...
What? There's paleontologist Diego Pol. This is... There we go. Diego Pol right there in the field next to the femur. So, paleontologist, dinosaur thigh bone right here. There's one end. Here's the other end. You see where it ends? There you go. Titanosaur femur, dinosaur paleontologist. Just for comparison's sake.
It's just one of the latest ones. One of my ex-graduate students, Diego Pol, sent me an email saying that a farmer near Galeo in Patagonia had found an amazing dinosaur.
Very
the
cool.
largest land animals ever to live. Over the next couple of years, they extracted the specimen from the rocks at the ranch.
We went down to Argentina and we 3D scanned all the bones in the field.
That's really neat.
In the lab.
So sometimes, actually it happens a lot. Well, people here on Twitch in chat will ask me, well, Danny, how is modern science, how is modern technology influenced dinosaur science? What kind of high-tech, techniques do paleontologists use for studying dinosaurs or for detecting dinosaurs in the field, that kind of thing? And I usually say, well, dinosaur science technologically hasn't changed very much in the past 150 years. Most of our techniques in the field are pretty darn similar to what old Martian Copus crews were doing back in the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s. But this is one of those areas in which actually studying the fossils has changed tremendously. Things like 3D scanning. Martian Copus certainly didn't have access to this kind of tech. So this is really cool.
And we 3D scanned all the bones in the field and in the lab. We had the whole skeleton completely digitized.
Less dynamite. Sure, Tommy Blatticus, yeah.
We took the data and then we carved the bones out of slabs of foam with our 5-axis milling machine.
Very cool.
All the elements, once they're carved up.
Really neat.
We have a complete copy of the skeleton. And from there, we can cast all the elements out of fiberglass. And then the cast gets mounted.
So it's fiberglass, really lightweight. This is what Dinosaur Dave got to see there at the museum. Super neat. Dinosaur Dave says it only just, and I mean by less than a meter, fits into the exhibit area in the museum. That's really cool. Yeah, you'll see here at AM&H, they actually had to have its head sticking out of the entryway. It's so big, it doesn't even really fit in the hall.
When you're trying to determine the mass, the weight of an animal this big, it's pretty tough. A good example of that is if you pick up a puppy.
Yeah, puppies are very dense.
Heavy compared to picking up a bird, a chicken that's about the same size.
Yeah.
That's because their bones are constructed very differently.
Yep.
The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had
and we'll be talking extensively about this in a little bit. We'll be talking about hollow titanosaur bones, hollow sauropod bones. I think we even have that in our title for this this instance of paleontologizing, right?
lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam. So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light. That's the only way an animal like this could get so big.
Yep.
We chose to display
There's that
this
skull
now because it represents one of the newest big dinosaurs that's been found anywhere in the world. We have some tremendous things here. We have the blue whale, we have the Tyrannosaurus rex, we have the Barosaurus, and now we're going to have the Titanosaur.
Very cool. And look, it's so big they got to stick its head out of the entryway. That's pretty amazing. Very, very cool. So yeah. And that was not Val Kilmer, Pimp Cat. That was Mark Norell, really well-known vertebrate paleontologist. I've met Mark Norell on a number of occasions. So yeah, Pimp Cat says I know. Yeah, I won't go into that story again. But anyway, super cool that Dinosaur Dave got to see this. A cast of the same specimen there at this traveling exhibit. The world's largest dinosaur, and that is actually a matter of debate. Is Patagonian the world's largest dinosaur? Is it actually Argentinosaurus? And Lenina.
They have given 212 gifts.
Holy cow, Lenina, thank you for gifting Plockman's mustard there. Really appreciate it. Thank you, kind. Lovely. Yeah. And you just got 2 big old bottles of Plockman's Iocane. Holy cow. You let me know when you've expended that mustard. I would love to have those containers. The empty containers when you're done. Iocane. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Iacane. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and Vigilante, do we have an estimate for the lifespan of a creature this size? Maybe like 50 years? We actually don't really know how old these dinosaurs could get. Because there's only been a few of them that have actually been properly histosectioned to tell how old they were when they died. And we only have a few that seem pretty old. I think the oldest dinosaur that we have in existence is like in its early 50s or its late 40s. So yeah, these animals would have grown very quickly. You know, it's going from this big to over 120 feet long in less than 40 years. So they grew pretty fast when you consider that. You know? Yeah. Anyway. 120 feet long? Probably closer to 130, Pimp Cat, yeah. Yeah. These are enormous animals. Patagonian size. Here we go. Just an extraordinarily big animal. You know? Yeah. Comparable in length to an A320 airplane. 11 meters longer than Dippy the Diplodocus. Comparable in weight to more than 9 African elephants. Here it is compared to the biggest mammals that ever lived on land. It dwarfs them. That, Indricathere right there, like, get out of the way. It's gonna run you over. Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. It's absolutely enormous. And again, this is not a whale. Whales live in the ocean. They kind of cheat. Whales are essentially weightless. You know? You could say, oh, well, whales are the heaviest animals to ever live. No. Whales live in the ocean. They're weightless. They don't have to support their weight on land. These animals did. And, yeah, pretty extraordinary. Pretty extraordinary. I love this reconstruction right here. That's really nice. Just incredible creatures. Enormous. Enormous. There is Patagonian compared to, like, your typical blue whale. You know? Typical blue whale, about 25 meters. A world record blue whale is like 100 feet. You know, which would be, what? Maybe 28 meters, 29 meters? Patagonian 36 meters long. Blue whale, eat your heart out. Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Gonna start that ocean diet soon. I know, right, Iacane? Yeah. Actually, speaking of which, this weekend, I got to see, in person, a blue whale skeleton, and they are big. They are very big. Yeah. Take a look at this. This is me next to the skeleton of a blue whale down in Santa Cruz, California. Pretty big. Pretty big. But again, not nearly as big as, say, Patagonian. Not nearly as long, at least. You know? It's like a full 10 meters shorter. So yeah. Yeah. Neil says, blue whales are smaller today than 100 years ago? That makes a lot of sense, Neil. I think the world record blue whale was measured in, like, 1903. I don't know. Somebody can look it up. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Dinosaur Dave says I could camp in Patagonian's ribs without an issue. As long as you got a permit, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. All I see now is a very large weightless cheater skeleton, says Fall Machine. I mean... Yeah. Yeah. You put a blue whale on land? Actually, you know what? Don't do that. Don't put a blue whale on land. That is, that's not good for the whale. It's not good for you. It'll make a big mess. Just an all-around very bad idea. That's actually how they acquired this skeleton, as a whale herself on land. Back in the 80s, I think? Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Hang on a minute. Reject all. Save and exit. This blue whale skeleton in Santa Cruz is one of the world's largest on display. Ms. Blue is an 87-foot-long blue whale skeleton at Seymour Marine Discovery Center. Yeah, and they actually light her up for the holidays. That's so cool. Oh, man, that's so neat. But yeah, and this looks like they recently repainted her here. I was trying to figure out, how do they get the bones from being destroyed by UV? You know? How do you do that? This is out there 24/7, 365, out there in the rain and the fog and the sun and the hail and everything else. How do they get those bones from deteriorating? Do they soak them in Vinac? Do they have some sort of special process for that? And then I realized I was way overthinking this. Like, way overthinking this. I looked carefully at the dentary bones, the mandibles that were there on the ground, and I realized that, hey, this stuff kind of flaking off of them, it's house paint. House paint. Check Morticia.
Just came home from the cinema, saw
loved
it. In case you want to know laughing face, and I'm very tired but wanted to at least say hi laughing
I
face.
appreciate that, Check Morticia. Thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate you, Check Morticia. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the movie. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. You go get some rest, though, Morticia. Sounds like you've had quite the experience. Thanks for saying hi, and thank you for the continued support. 10 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me online for that long, Check Morticia. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So yeah. Andy then did this bingo. Yeah, it's house paint. This is covered with white house paint. And a lot of it's actually worn off. You can see a lot of the bone texture underneath nowadays. They ought to repaint her. But, yeah. Ms. Blue is an authentic blue whale skeleton clocking in at 87 feet. She's quite the sight to behold. Yeah, the massive skeleton was taken from a 50-year-old female blue whale that washed up at Pigeon Point in San Mateo in 1979. Blue whale carcasses seldom wash ashore, so a team of scientists from the Long Marine Lab at UC Santa Cruz went to work salvaging what they could. After 15 days of cutting the bones free from the flesh and hauling them up a cliff, a helicopter was used to lift the 3,500-pound skull. They were cleaned and laid out on the ground at the lab for several years. And holy cow. Whoa. Here, let's take a look at this.
Welcome to another episode of In Search of Santa Cruz. Today we go in search of the blue whale.
I was just in search of this on Sunday.
She is affectionately known.
Saturday. It was
blue
sneeze.
Whale skeleton on exhibit at the Seymour Marine Discovery Center, part of the Long Marine Laboratory at the University of California, Santa Cruz.
Yeah. Very cool.
The blue whale is the largest species of animal in the world, and perhaps the largest that has ever lived.
I like that he says perhaps, you know? Yeah.
It can reach a length of 100 feet and tip the scales at 160 tons.
160 tons. That's on land, you know? If you're ever weighing a whale like that, the whale's already dead. Like, anyway, yeah, I would not recommend that.
Blue whales visit the waters off Central California to feed. The story of the skeleton begins in early September 1979, when a dead whale washed up on a beach in San Mateo County, 30 miles north of Santa Cruz.
Huh.
The event made headlines in the newspapers, prompting thousands of curious onlookers over the Labor Day weekend.
Wow.
A study by scientists revealed that it was a female blue whale, about 50 years old, that had died of natural causes.
They probably did a... They can't look at her teeth, obviously. It's a baleen whale. They ain't got no teeth.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Vigilanta.
Go to weigh a whale to the railway station. LUL.
Oh no, Vigilanta. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. They must have done histo on her. They must have cut open some of her bones and looked at growth rings or something like that. Yeah.
Seldom do blue whales wash ashore, so scientists from the Long Marine Lab decided to try to salvage the rare skeleton.
That's pretty cool.
7 people worked 15 days with flensing knives,
Ugh.
cutting bones from the rotting flesh.
Gross.
There was no vehicle access to the beach, so the heavy bones had to be hauled up a cliff. A helicopter was called in to lift the 3,500-pound skull.
Look at that old-fashioned, that's the sausage one. That's, that old Sikorsky double rotor. It's not a Chinook. It's like the predecessor to the Chinook. What's this called? There's got to be somebody who knows their helicopters there in chat. What is that? Ah, that's funny.
After arrival at the Marine Lab, the bones were cleaned with the help of student interns and laid out on the ground. The skeleton was displayed in this way for several years until...
Oh, and shoot, you're right, Neil. Yeah, earwax rings. Just like in right whales. Some of the oldest living whales, like, they can be, like, over 100 years old. Shoot, that's all in the book, Spying on Whales by Nick Pineson. Yeah, good book, by the way. Spying on Whales. I would recommend it. Let's see. Yeah. Spying on Whales by Nick Pineson, who is a whale paleontologist. I don't know if you could call him a whaleontologist. That's kind of Bobby Bosenecker's thing. But, yeah, Spying on Whales. Great book. And you can get it as an audiobook, too, if you like audiobooks. You can listen to it while you walk your dog, or while you're on your exercise bike, or while you're doing dishes or gardening. Whatever. Anyway, it's actually read by the author, too, by Nick Pineson himself. And so you know everything's pronounced correctly. And a lot of science books, that's something that you run across, is that, like, whoever they hired to be the narrator doesn't really know how to pronounce the different scientific terms. And as a scientist, I'm reading, like, listening to this and just going, oh boy, it's very distracting. But this is read by the author, so you can check it out on Audible. Good stuff. Spying on Whales. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. And that's a CH21. Thank you, Machi. That was that. CH21. Did that have a code name? Yeah. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it indeed. The Flying Banana. What an undignified name. But yeah, that totally is it, isn't it? Thank you, Machi. Appreciate you. Yeah. And the 52 Hertz whale? Yeah, the loneliest whale in the world astronomy show. Absolutely. That's an interesting story in and of itself. Yeah. And you think it was called the Shawnee? Oh, interesting, Machi. Okay, okay. The Piasecki. H21. Workhorse / Shawnee. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Machi. It was originally developed as an Arctic rescue helicopter. Cool. It had cold weather features permitting operation at temperatures as low as -65 degrees Fahrenheit, which is -54 Celsius. It could be routinely maintained in severe cold weather environments. So this, yeah, must have been like a mainstay of Antarctic exploration during the 50s. Very cool. Yeah. And CH21, there you go. Yeah. Cool. Beep Awesome, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're going down a rabbit hole here on helicopters because we're watching this video about this whale skeleton that I saw this weekend, and then we were talking about that because we were talking about how big dinosaurs could get and how they actually got bigger than whales, although you don't often hear that reported. They were at least longer and heavier and taller, but they're not quite as massive, I suppose. They got less heft to them, but the thing is, unlike a whale, which is essentially weightless, they don't have to support their weight on land. Once they have to, they die. You know, dinosaurs like Patagonian were walking around on land full time, and they got significantly bigger than any whale has ever gotten, which is pretty interesting, if you ask me. So anyway, let's get back to our video here. Yeah.
1985, when funding was obtained to mount the skeleton in a life position.
Very cool.
The Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History recently mounted a 72-foot blue whale skeleton.
Oh, so they got to keep up with the Joneses there. Like Santa Barbara, you got a 72-foot blue whale? We've got an 87-foot blue whale. Santa Barbara, eat your heart out. That's really cool, actually. I like that, this competition in whale size, you know?
The staff there had done considerable research for the exhibit and generously shared their engineering plans and techniques for creating a durable, lifelike display.
Ah, so not so much a competition, more of a friendly collaboration. That's cool, too. Whale envy. There you go, Neil. Yeah.
A blue whale skeleton at the California Academy of Sciences was also...
Wait. Oh, yeah, this is still there at the Cal Academy. They've got it hanging up now.
Also examined.
Huh.
Back in Santa Cruz, the first step was to finish cleaning the bones. Chiseling and cutting away the remaining dried cartilage and tissue.
Ugh. Think about how bad that would smell.
Oils and dirt were removed with a steam cleaner and pressure washer.
Yeah, and again, look at that vertebra right there, that cervical that dorsal vertebra, and then consider how big the dorsal vertebra would be on a sauropod. It's like significantly larger than that, I think. Shoot, there are sauropod vertebrae that are like 4 feet tall.
And pressure washer. Many of the vertebrae had broken spines.
Those neural spines on top.
Rods, foam,
yeah.
auto body putty.
Hey, Rita Schultz. How you doing?
The best way to keep the bones from weathering was to paint them. They were painted with exterior latex house paint.
There you go! What did I tell you? I'm like, they had to have been painted with house paint, right? It's cheap, it's durable, it's all weather. And there you go. Very nice. Yeah. Neil says, I assisted on a gray whale necropsy. Another baleen whale, another mysticete. Like our blue whale here. Worst smell ever? I can imagine. Yeah. Ugh. Gross. A long time ago, I set up a Google News alert for San Francisco Bay Area beached whale. So the next time that a whale washes up, I could go see it. Nothing yet. But one of these days, I'll be able to see one. I'll record some videos, and I can show you on stream. But yeah.
The skeleton was mounted on top of steel posts and secured with large bolts. To create the arched back, a 2-inch pipe was crimped every 2 feet to make a gradual curve.
Huh.
A hole
Cool.
was drilled through the centrum of each vertebra, so each
Ah.
could be strung onto the pipe. Much
And so this is, oh man, this takes me back because this is like really, really old style. This is how you used to mount dinosaur skeletons back, like, you know, prior to the 1950s, maybe. As you would actually, like, drill holes through the bones and then just ram a pipe through it. You know, like when I was at the museum in Rapid City, South Dakota, the South Dakota School of Mines Museum. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. This specimen right here, they used to call it Trachodon, because that's what you called it back then. Now we call it Edmontosaurus. But yeah, there's just metal rods rammed through the bones. And there's real fossil bone, and there's cast and replica bone in here. And they're all together, you know? And then they just painted the whole thing black, so you can't tell what's what. Very different from what we do today. But that's pretty similar to how they're mounting this skeleton here. Yeah, you wouldn't do this with fossil bone nowadays, but I guess maybe you do it with real bone today? I don't know, yeah.
beads on a necklace.
Yeah. This is a really neat video. This is super cool.
Life, 2 to 3 inches of cartilage separated each vertebra. This was represented by discs cut out of polyurethane foam, covered in fiberglass and resin.
Oh, neat. To make it weatherproof.
The rib cage was
That's so cool.
to its own steel framework attached to 8 support posts. Each piece of steel had to
Thank
be
you, Smarf.
cut, bent, and drilled.
Cheers.
An X-ray of the flipper provided a guide for the exact placement of the bones. The flippers were the last elements to be mounted.
Big old scapula there. Shoulder blade.
In 1986, after a year of work, the completed mount was dedicated. About 8.
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Hello friends, I got to do some field work today and I found a lot of little bits and pieces, including a baby gator wart.
Very cool, Darkolotl.
Danny for the insight that cool stuff happens near the end of a dig season.
It 100% does, Darkolotl. That is super exciting. Oh, I'm so excited for you, Darkolotl. Really, really neat. Darkolotl has been doing some field work down in Florida. On, shoot, what age is this stuff? Is it Pliocene? Miocene? Oligocene? I want to say it's Miocene. Let me know, Darkolotl, I forget. You've got Gomphotheres. Gomphotheres are Miocene, right? But anyway, that's super awesome, Darkolotl. I'm proud of you. Holy cow. Congrats on getting outside and joining a field crew and actually doing some paleontology. It's really, really neat. If anybody else is watching and thinking, hey, I'd love to get involved in some paleontology, I'd love to dig some fossils, do like Darkolotl did, you know? See if you can get in contact with the local museum, if there is one in your area. Ask about opportunities like that. You never know what might be out there just waiting for you. Doesn't hurt to look. So go for it, you know? Yeah. 4 million years old. Let's see, Darkolotl. That'll be Pliocene then. It'll be Pliocene in age. Yeah. Cool. Very cool, Darkolotl. Yeah. Pretty neat stuff. Yeah. And again, thank you for the 25 months of support, Darkolotl. Holy cow. That's extraordinary. I really appreciate that, Darkolotl. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 14 months. No, 14? 25 months. Where did I get 14? 25 months, that's almost a whole year right there, Darkolotto. And I appreciate you for it. Thank you, thank you. And we've got a dinosaur deep dive from M. Oculus. Kyliscus. That's some kind of small theropod. Isn't it, M. Oculus? We'll have to look that up. I want to say it's a primitive tyrannosauroid, but we'll look it up. Yeah. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. A long time. Kyliscus. Thank you, M. Oculus, for that dinosaur deep dive. We'll cover that in a little bit. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Dorkolotto says, I also found out they extended the dig season out through April. So I'm trying to get a friend I'm staying with to let me stay for an extra week. Very cool, Dorkolotto. Well, if you want to have your friend tune into this broadcast, maybe I can convince them. I'm sure you're very convincing yourself, Dorkolotto. Good stuff. Best of luck to you. That's really awesome. Yeah. And thank you, Confused Echidna, for sitting through the ads, too. I know not everybody has the ability to subscribe and thus avoid the ads. Not everybody's got the finances for that or the budget for it. So thank you, Confused Echidna, for sitting through those ads, because that also helps support this channel a little bit. And I appreciate it. Thank you for your patience, Echidna. You can't see me right now. You're watching an ad. But everybody, I appreciate Echidna for being so cool about the ad. What did you miss? I was just thanking you, Echidna, for sitting through the ad and being such a good sport about that. You stick around, you'll probably get a gift sub. That tends to happen around here. And holy cow, we need to get some gift subs. We've got 1 out of 40 for today. I'm not even streaming on Wednesday. We gotta... we'll see. We'll see. And Echidna says, I'm happy to support the work you do, Danny. Thank you, Echidna. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Okay, back to this video here. And holy moly, Dinosaur Dave. Look, we've got a beautiful Tinamou bird here to celebrate those 10 gift subs. And he's pretty happy. Look at him. Uh-oh. Maybe you've been a little bit overloaded.
The Dinosaur Dave is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that, Dinosaur Dave.
They have given 262.
Thank you for your generosity, Dinosaur Dave. That is extraordinary. Thank you for your support. Man, you're showing us really cool photos of your visit to this exhibition over the weekend, and then and gift and subs too. That's amazing, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you very much. And Dorkolotto, thank you kindly, Dorkolotto, for that gift sub to Confused Echidna. See what I was saying, Echidna? Thank you, Dorkolotto.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
And Murph, thank you for those 5 gift subs right there, Murph. I really appreciate that. Really, really do, Murph. Thank you, thank you. You know, every gift sub that people are able to give helps support my mission of science outreach. It helps pay my internet bill and everything else so that I can continue to live stream 5 days a week. It literally puts food on my table. In a, not literally like food descends from the ceiling, but you know what I mean. I do this 5 days a week. This is my full-time gig here on Twitch. So when you're able to give subs or subscribe yourself or cheer with bits, or purchase things off the Amazon wishlist or whatever, that all supports my mission of science outreach and makes it possible for me to do what I do. So thank you, Raven, for those 300 bits. Appreciate that.
70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Oh no.
Always love learning from you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Invisible Dimensions. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Holy cow. Invisible Dimensions, thank you for those 20 months of support, Invisible. Really appreciate that. And Raven6766, who I think might be new today. Raven, again, I didn't see your name in chat until this very day. Raven, thank you so much for the 300 bits. That, I really appreciate that. I do. Yeah. Thank you, Invisible Dimensions, for 20 months of support. And for your kind words, Invisible. That is lovely. We got a hype train going here. Holy cow, if we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I will play you some ukulele songs about science. So let's see if we can get there. It's been a while since I've done ukulele. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. And Lenina is absolutely right. Thank you, Lenina, for chiming in there. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And
we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Golganek. Oh no, hang on. Is that Emoculus? 15 months from Emoculus. Thank you, thank you. And Golganek, thank you for the 200 bits.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Dorkalotl.
What Danny said about me doing field work is right.
Yeah.
I am not even in a college program for paleo.
Yeah.
I'm just an amateur nerd who visited my near Natural History Museum and was inspired by our favorite Twitch paleontologist to apply for field work.
If Dorkalotl can do it, you can do it too. Thank you, Dorkalotl, for being an inspiration to all of us here. If you're interested in fossils, chances are you can get involved in a really cool and really interesting way in paleontology. Take Dorkalotl for an example. They did that. And that's pretty awesome. So thank you, Dorkalotl. I really appreciate you, and thank you for those 100 bits too. Yeah. Go check out your local museum. Write him an email, say, hey, can I volunteer? That's how I got my start as a paleontologist. I started volunteering at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Yeah, here in Berkeley, California, there's our T-Rex skeleton outside the museum. I started working here in high school, and my life changed forever. Here I am today, you know? This is my real introduction to fossil science. Holy cow, Murph. 5 gift subs from Murph. Thank you, Murph. Really appreciate that, Murph. 5 gift subs from Murph right there. Murph, thanks to you, 5 people will no longer have to watch the ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to you, Murph, so thank you for your generosity. And Sparty Marty. Hang on a minute. Sparty Marty. I have never seen before here in chat. Sparty Marty. Thank you for your 200 bits. Really appreciate that, Sparty Marty. Sorry, I'll get out of your face. Personal space. Sparty Marty, thank you for those 200 bits. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? How did you find the channel? I would love to know. That is it's a quality viewer right there. Sparty Marty. First time you chime into chat, it's to support the broadcast? Sparty Marty, you're wonderful, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Holy cow. Appreciate you, Marty. I really do. And yeah, we are 15% of the way to a level 5 hype train. If we get to that level 5, if we go the rest of that 85%, I will play you some ukulele songs about science live. So, yeah. And you can even request some songs. I've got a very limited repertoire, but, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Lenina, that is a really good reminder. Thank you, Lenina. And Vigilanta, We're gonna try and stick to science-related songs, even though that's the same chords and everything, but I see you, Vigilante. Comrade, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. We should add the Sicilians song to that. That command there through Nightbot. Yeah. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. I don't know how to play Wonderwall, Echidna. I'm not a musician. You know? Darn it, Jim. I'm a paleontologist, not a musician. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Shoot, the next time I see Jim Kirkland, I ought to make that joke. Because he'd get that. He's, He would totally get that. He's very much a trekker himself.
Bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation.
And thank you, Dinosaur Dave.
Fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you for those 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. We are almost there. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for those 1,000 bits. That's like 100 bits, but times 10. That's 10 hundreds. It's a lot.
But it may not seem.
But yeah. Yeah.
This goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Norby.
Here too. I found you through I Paint Burbs. Enjoying your stream a lot so far.
Holy cow, Norby. Thank you. For those 500 bits. Extraordinary. And thank you, Murph.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you, Murph, for gifting Norby there. Norby, enjoy. If you came here through I Paint Burbs, you're surely an appreciator of birds. You probably know already that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. And you can now make that explicit in chat with those emotes there. Along with some other bird emotes. We've got a cassowary, and we've got 2 shoebill emotes. So there you go. Yeah. And thank you, Golganek, for those 300 bits. Holy moly, Golganek. Thank you. We got 30 seconds left. We'll see if we can get to that, see if we can get to that level 5 here. Oh, we're close. So close I can feel it. That'll do it. Holy cow. Dinosaur Dave? Was that you right there?
Dinosaurs
it didn't
are
say.
Funny. I mean, you know.
They are kind of funny. Thank you for the follow, Leon Vagabondo. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. And Jody Fish, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thanks for changing things there. And holy cow, we are going to do some ukulele now.
Just change things with those 5 gift subs.
Thanks to Jody Fish and the Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. Extraordinary. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Level 5 hype train. And look, we're only 6 subs away from our sub goal for the day, too. Extraordinary. Beautiful. I will get the old ukulele out. Yes, indeed. Astronomy and travel the world. By the way, travel. We'll do this after ukulele. But, look at what I got in the mail. Travel. It's not going to be a good book, but that's not the point. Travel, thank you for sending it to me, because I had this on the wish list, and, I'll talk about why this is important in a little bit, but thank you so much, Travel, for your support. I appreciate that tremendously, and who knows, maybe another news agency will reach out to me and ask me for comment about this, like has happened in the past, and I will now have added insight thanks to this book. So thank you, Travel. Really, really appreciate that. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. We've got some ukulele to do, and, yeah. And there's a fruit fly or a gnat flying around here. My apartment is like full of fruit flies all of a sudden. I think one of my roommates left out some fruit or something. Or they came in through the front door. I don't know. Anyway, so if you see me looking around, it's not because I'm losing my mind. It's because there's a gnat or fruit fly around here who's quite distracting, doing her very best to take my eyes off the prize, but we're not going to let that happen. And Lenina says, speaking of mail, it seems something was safely delivered to your P.O. box this past weekend. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to take a look at that on Thursday, Lenina. Thursday is usually my day for going to the P.O. box. I'm excited, Lenina. Thank you. So yeah. Yeah, holy moly. We've got 2 minutes left on the hype train thing, but you know what? I'm not expecting any more gift subs. We already got to a level 5 here, you know? Let's just pull out the old ukulele and get started, and if any more gift subs roll in, they will be an extraordinary, just going above and beyond, you know? There we go. There's my old uke. And thank you, Raven, for those 200 bits. I appreciate that tremendously. Oh, by the way, our lovely new friend who came from I Paint Burbs' channel. And who was that? Let me scroll up. Norby. Norby, do you know about Thursday Birds Day here on Paleontologizing? Somebody type in !birds into chat. But since birds are living dinosaurs, we have a very special Thursday feature where members of the community share pictures that they took of birds during the week, and we talk about them as a celebration of birds. Their ubiquity, their amazingness, and their ancestry within Dinosauria. So it sounds wonderful. It's a lot of fun. We just started that at the beginning of the year. It's a new 2023 thing here on Paleontologizing. Thursday Birds Day. I always look forward to it. So, you wonder if an old bird photo is okay? It's generally okay, Lenina. We're pretty lenient about that. As long as you took the picture of the bird yourself, or you've got some kind of connection to it like that. And it doesn't have to be a good photo. Heaven knows. My bird photos are taken with an old scratched up Google Pixel phone. And with the lens is all scratched up, so they're always a little bit blurry. But you know, it doesn't matter. It's a photo that I took of a cool bird that I saw. I do at least one every week. I usually share just one Thursday Birds Day bird photo, so it doesn't take too long to go through all of them. And anyway, oh man, I actually took several cool bird photos in Santa Cruz this weekend, and I got to pick one to present. But I think I know which one it's going to be. I think I know which one. A new bird on iNaturalist for me. Anyway, yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for the level 5 hype train. Extraordinary. Here are some quick ukulele songs. And then we're going to get back to these photos of dinosaurs sent to us by Dinosaur Dave. And then we'll get into hollow sauropod vertebrae. You'll learn how these dinosaurs are all full of air and all that good stuff. But we're going to do a quick musical interlude right here. So don't go away. Let's change our category to music real quick. And let's do acoustic, perhaps? Yeah. Let's start off with the Dinosaur March as a nice little warm-up. Back when I was teaching early childhood education full-time, this is my students' very favorite song. Became an anthem for us. And when the kids actually, like when they had an end-of-the-year performance thing, this is the song that they wanted to sing for their parents. It goes like this. See if you can identify the parts of this song that I modified to make them a little bit more paleontologically authentic over the original. It goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more. Except for birds, because, as we all recognize nowadays, birds themselves are living dinosaurs. They are the last surviving branch of clade dinosauria. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never really went extinct. They are still alive in the form of over 10,000 species of living birds. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So originally this song only had, or at least I only learned, one chorus and one verse. But I thought it needed a second verse, so I wrote the following. It goes like this. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the dinosaur march right there. Next, let's do I'm a Paleontologist, which is, it's become something of an anthem for this channel. It's by the band They Might Be Giants, and I like singing it because it's true. It goes, I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things like Velociraptor's jaws, Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids wanna see them. They're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. I'm a Paleontologist. And for our last one, why don't we do the Galaxy song? That's always a classic. People really like that one. Even though it's not explicitly about paleontology, it does deal with kind of a scientific mindset. It deals with deep time. It deals with the kind of different perspective that you get when you think about things on scientific terms. And it's also a wonderful song to play for anybody who might be feeling a little bit down in the dumps. They need that, a little bit of a change of perspective to brighten their day just a little bit. And so to them I will sing, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. All the sun and you and me and other stars that we can see, they're moving at 1,000,000 miles a day. in an outer spiral arm 13,000 light years wide of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Now, our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but out by us is just 3,000 light years wide. Now we're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in our amazing and expanding universe. Whoa, 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 whoa. The universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding, in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. That's the Galaxy song. Thank you, everybody, for that incredible level 5 hype train earlier. Really appreciate that. This was as a thank you for that. So, thanks for keeping me here on the air. I appreciate it. Let's put this thing away, and let's get back into some science, shall we? So yeah. And that was great. Thank you, Norby. I appreciate that. I'm not a professional musician, but, I try. Let's change our category back to science and technology. And let's see what this category looks like right now. And holy cow, we're at the top of science and technology. That's not ideal, maybe. Well, maybe we'll stay here for a little while. If we get a raid, we're going to move into just chatting. Because we've got 143 people watching right now. We're at the top of science and technology. Who else is online right now? Ooh, Science Streams is on. Joe Slick Live. Dynamic Earth Community Live. Wow, viewership's a little paltry right now. Interesting. Yeah. Not many streamers in science and technology right now, to be honest. Oh, no. Ew. Flat Earth channel? Ugh. I don't know how they're still in the science and technology category. But whatever. Another reminder of why we do what we do here on Paleontologizing, Yeah. Yeah. Dorkalotl says, I'm so happy you taught us I'm a paleontologist. It feels very good to sing it on my way back from digs. It's a good song, Dorkalotl, it is. Yeah. Play Freebird. I don't know how to play Freebird, Skoke. Sorry. There is a chance I have it on my playlist for, No, I don't. Here, the closest thing I got, starting with an FR. I don't have Freebird, but I do have this. What's this song, everybody? But yeah. Clap, 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 clap. There you go, roses and tea. Yes, indeed. Anyway, short but sweet. This one's less than a minute. but good stuff. Anyway, we're not going to get distracted by the flat Earth nonsense right now. Let's get back into some actual science. Let's take a look at the rest of these photos. Oh, Leonerasaurus? I'm not actually familiar with this critter. Taketrensis. It's from Toketren? I don't know. I don't know this place, but that's really interesting. Leonerasaurus. I'm not familiar with this critter. Basal sauropodomorph. It was named in 2011. That is kind of a blind spot in my dinosaur knowledge. Is anything that was published between, like, 2009 and 2012 tends to be a blind spot for me. Because that's when I was doing my undergrad, really busy with stuff, and it... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Middle Jurassic. Jurassic, if anything, can't be ruled out. So we don't actually know how old it was. That's pretty funny. Typical kind of pro-sauropod morphology. But, yeah, there you go. There's that same skeleton as dinosaur. No, actually, no, a little bit different from that photo there. But cool. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. And there, of course, is Carnotaurus. Everybody loves Carnotaurus. Really neat. Yeah. Yeah. And then I guess this is Tyrannotitan? But that's totally a... Well, no, it's a little bit different from Giganotosaurus. You've got a more rugose set of nasals and the... Tyrannotitan. That's pretty cool. Let me see if I can find a quick video on Tyrannotitan. I think we might have a clip of David Attenborough talking about it. Let's see here. Maybe not. Shoot. I don't see it on the old YouTube. Shoot. Let's do an image search and then convert that to a video search. Videos. Nope. Yeah, shoot. Sorry. Didn't mean to lead you astray, chat. Or disappoint. But yeah, Tyrannotitan, basically a very similar dinosaur to Giganotosaurus. It very well might be the descendant of Giganotosaurus. Giganotosaurus might be its ancestor. But really cool. There's Carnotaurus again. This is so cool, Dinosaur Dave. And Eoabelosaurus. I am not familiar with this critter either. Eoabelosaurus. Yeah. When was it described? 2012, again. Kind of a blind spot for me. There's the holotype skull. That's a picture of the actual fossil there. This is the back part of the skull. That's the orbit. Right here is, that part right there is the eye socket. Kind of the hole in the middle. Very cool. About that big. Compared to a human person. There you go. Very neat. Eoabelosaurus. And there, of course, is Herrerasaurus. Yeah, one of the earliest known dinosaurs, if it is indeed a dinosaur. A little bit tricky. And there's Eoraptor. Little guy whose skull I have. Right here. A 3D printed Eoraptor skull. Really little critter. Eoraptor. What a cool little dinosaur. The earliest dinosaur we have thus far is Eoraptor. So yeah. Yeah. Upstairs down says, Danny, I have a bit of a weird question. If you could have any dinosaur as a pet, which would you have and why? It's not that weird a question, Upstairs down. I've been asked this a few times, like which dinosaur would make the best pet. And my standard answer for this is this little critter. You know, I live in an apartment. I don't have a great deal of space. yeah. If I had to pick a dinosaur, you know, I wouldn't want a huge dinosaur to have as a pet. I would want a dinosaur that eats plants so I don't have to deal with cutting up meat for it or anything, or worry about it eating me. And you probably want a dinosaur who's a little bit fluffy. So let me introduce you to one of my favorite dinosaurs, Coelindodromeus. Coelindodromeus is a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur from the early Cretaceous of Russia. Little plant-eating guy. We know they had they had feathers on their bodies because we've got fossils that show that. So pretty cool. Yeah. What a neat little critter, Coelindodromeus. Yeah. A basal neornithischian, so it might be an ornithopod or maybe not. From the Middle Jurassic, I was wrong. Older than I thought. Yeah. Little fluffy little guy. Excuse me. There's another restoration right there. It would have, you know, by dinosaur standards, probably would have been pretty cuddly. And, wow. The flag of the Chernyshevsky district. Featuring Coelindodromeus, which is pretty cool. That's neat because this dinosaur was actually discovered fairly recently. It's not like from the early 1900s. It was named back in 2014. Coelindodromeus. Yeah, there's a bunch of different specimens that are known, and here's a bunch of different parts that kind of show you, like those are the actual fossil parts corresponding to different parts of the body, so we've got a fairly complete picture of what this animal would have looked like, including its integument, where it's got skin and where it's got feathers. Where it's got scaly skin and where it's got feathers. So there you go, upstairs down. Thanks for asking a cool question. That was a good one. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, a little Eoraptor there, about the same size. Eoraptor, the dinosaur Dave photographed there. Cyterops, yeah, big old temnospondyle. Rhedosaurus. Megalania. Oh, so these are some other critters from Australia. Pretty neat. Coonbarosaurus. Scartopus. Who's that? Looks like a compsognathid or something. Not familiar with that critter. And really neat, Dinosaur Dave. This is cool stuff. And look at that. Feist?
2 years. Still doesn't feel like enough.
Feist, holy moly. Appreciate your ongoing support, Feist. I really do.
Which projected from his body armor.
And Miradonna, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Wonderful. Thanks for being here. Feist, thank you so much for the 24 months of support. That's like, it's almost a whole year, isn't it, Feist? Thank you for keeping me online for the past 24 months. That's impressive. It is. So yeah. And that's not one of my builds. It's Estrella Titan. Wish it was mine. It's a really cool one. Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Yeah, that's really neat. And I love the excavation site too, including the backhoe and all that. Really neat. That's very, very cool. Wow. Yeah, cool stuff. It's about 1 meter long. That's impressive. There's a lot of bricks in there. I really like the beefiness of the legs. Like, the way they achieved that was really cool. That's neat. I like the coloration, too. Ornithischians in Queensland. This is neat stuff, Dinosaur Dave. This is very cool. And there's maybe Gasparinosaura there? No, wait. It looks like a heterodontosaur. It's got those tusks, like Heterodontosaurus. Who's this supposed to be? Very cool. Big ol' eye socket. I wonder If that's a juvenile. Very large eye socket. Yeah. Really neat. Was it Gasparinosaura? Gasparinosaura is thought to be a heterodontosaur? Interesting. Yeah. Manidens? Unless it was Manidens, that would make a lot more sense, actually. Yeah. Like Fruitidens from Colorado. Yeah, that was it. Okay, cool. Manidens. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff, Dinosaur Dave. This is really neat. You said you had links for people to look at all of these photos. I will encourage people to do that, because that is this is some cool stuff. It really is. Very, very neat, Dinosaur Dave. Very, very cool. Here, you said you had some close-ups of the femur at the end, right? The femur of, yeah, holy cow. It's so big you can barely... Oh, that's a humerus right there, looks like. Looks like the distal end of a humerus. Yeah. That's where they took a core sample to do histo. That's pretty cool. Very cool. You love to see it, folks. Some histology there for figuring out Titanosaur ontogeny. And there's the specimen number.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Vix Foot, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for clicking that follow button. So yeah. This is really cool, Dinosaur Dave. This is really, really cool. It's so cool to be able to see the actual specimen up close, too. And see a core sample there. Really neat. So, histology, yes indeed, Lenina. Very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah, awesome. Well, shoot. Well, I could spend all day looking at these, but we do have other stuff that we got to go through. Let me get rid of some of these tabs and, yeah. Yeah, here, wait a minute. Travel, thank you again for the book. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But, I figure this is actually a really nice transition. Let's take a look at this real quick.
And if dinosaurs died, I imagine the mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks
and that's interesting.
And we wouldn't be here.
Yeah. We have got bunch of follows all in a row right there. Always a little bit suspicious. So what I'm gonna do here is
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Anyway, yeah. Thank you for those follows if they are indeed real and not follow bots or something. But let's take a look at this real quick. Bones like arrow chocolate, the evolution adaptation that helped dinosaurs to fly. Talking about the evolution of birds and all that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Dr. Terra, I did see it was an Andricothere or something. Paraceratherium? They added a prehistoric kingdom? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look at this real quick. Terrible composite image here. Oh, boy. Shutterstock. Ugh. Gross. Anyway. It's sometimes difficult to imagine how the planet we call home, with its megalopolis cities and serene farmlands, once dominated by dinosaurs as big as buses and 5-story buildings. But recent research has helped deepen our understanding of why dinosaurs prevailed. And thank you, Tommy Plodicus, for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate that, Tommy Plodicus. Thank you.
dinosaur man.
Slowly making my way to the almost a year team. Loving
There
the
you go.
community here.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus, for your ongoing support. That really does mean a tremendous amount to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Helping this community continue through your financial support. Appreciate that. Yeah. Recent research has helped deepen our understanding of why dinosaurs prevailed. The answer may lie in their special bones, structured like Aero chocolate, which is something I'm not really familiar with, but I guess they've got a photo of it here? Is this like a European or Australian thing? Or both? Makes a lot of sense. I mean, they've got to sell less chocolate if it's all full of air. Seems like a pretty sweet gig, you know? And that's the chocolate down here, says Dinosaur Dave. Well, there you go. Yeah. In that video that we saw earlier, Mark Norell was talking about dinosaur bone being cancellous. Remember that? Let's find that right here. Yeah. Yeah.
When you're trying to determine the mass, the weight of an animal this big, it's pretty tough. A good example of that is if you pick up a puppy, it's pretty heavy compared to picking up a bird, a chicken that's about the same size. That's because their bones are constructed very differently. The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam. So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light. That's the only way an animal like this could get so big.
Really, really cool. And that is exactly what we see right here. Yeah. And Aero bars are common in Canada. There's mint-flavored ones too. Interesting, Miggity Marty. I've never seen one before. Yeah. According to the study, the aerated bones evolved in 3 separate lineages. Pterosaurs, technically flying reptiles, and 2 dinosaur lineages, theropods and sauropods, which they might actually come from a common ancestor, and they may have inherited... Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to look at the original paper here. I would not be shocked if that's actually one origin for both of those. Yeah. Anyway, they're kind of explaining evolution right here. The variant the Brazilian team studied was aerated vertebral bones. So yeah, looking at the neck bones, or backbones of these animals, and their pneumaticity. That's what we call them, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Lenina, for doing some sweeping up there. Appreciate you, Lenina. Yeah. Your regular deliveries from Amazon or other online retailers come packed in corrugated cardboard, which has the same advantages as aerated bones. It is light, yet tough. Corrugated cardboard, or as it was first known, pleated paper, was a man-made design experiment that was hugely successful and is now part of our everyday lives. It was patented in England in 1856. I think that might be the same year that Troodon was described. So, pretty cool. And it was initially designed to support top hats, which were a popular thing. Whoop, hang on a minute, hang on. Listen to that new sound there. Toss a coin to your Twitcher. Thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you. Toss a coin to your Twitcher. How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. How are things? Good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah, they were doing some art. Very nice. Well, I hope it was a good time. Thanks for bringing everybody here. Toss a coin. Appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, and, yeah. Toss a coin says, good to be here. Good. Got about 5 hours of crafting done. Very nice. Excellent. Talked about a bunch of history, as we tried to do. Very nice. What kind of history? If you don't mind my asking. I'd love to hear about it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Of course, we talk about prehistory here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, and publish on them. I talk about them here 5 days a week on Twitch. So if you got questions about dinosaurs, you're in the right place. Yeah. And Paleontología. Buenas noches, amigo. Buenas noches a ti también, Paleontología. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Otra vez. What do they do? ¿Qué hacen? What does who do? Hollow bones like this? Well, we'll talk about that. Yeah. Anyway, I guess corrugated cardboard, which is kind of an analogy for the hollow bones of dinosaurs. It's lightweight yet strong. It was patented in England in 1856 and initially designed to support top hats, which were popular in Victorian England and the US at the time. 3 years later, Darwin published On the Origin of Species, which outlined how evolutionary traits create advantages that are more likely to be passed on to future generations than variants which don't. So yeah. CT scan technology allowed Aureliano and his colleagues to peer inside the rock-hard fossils that they studied, looking at the hollow bones of these dinosaurs. Without the modern technology, it would have been impossible to look inside the fossils and detect the air sacs in the spinal columns. The study found no common ancestor had this trait. All three groups must have developed air sacs independently, and each time in slightly different ways. Interesting. So they're saying here that sauropods, the big long-necked, four-legged plant-eating dinosaurs, and theropods, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, they actually evolved those air sacs and hollows independently of each other. Because their common ancestor, they both evolved from the same ancestor who didn't have that. So each of these groups had to evolve that separately, is what they're claiming here. It's really interesting. The air sacs probably enhanced oxygen levels in the dinosaurs' blood. The Triassic period was a scorching hot and dry climate. Some more oxygen circulating in the blood would cool dinosaur bodies more efficiently. It would also allow them to move faster. The Triassic period is when dinosaurs first evolved. So yeah, interesting. The air sacs would have buttressed and reinforced the internal structure of the dinosaur's bones while creating a greater surface area of attachments for large, powerful muscles. This would have enabled the bones to grow to a far larger size without weighing the animal down. In living birds, aerated bones reduce overall mass and volume. No, they increase the volume. That's wrong. This part's incorrect. They reduce mass per volume, so they're reducing the density. They're increasing the volume, reducing the mass, and thus decreasing the density, while enhancing bone strength and stiffness, essential features for flight. Paleontology not only tells us the story of what may have been on Earth, had it not been for that infamous asteroid, but also helps us to learn about the evolution of still living creatures. Really, really neat. Yeah. This is cool stuff. Let's click that. And yeah, shoot, we talked about this back in December when it was published. Very neat. Yeah. Cool stuff. By the way, this is an open access paper. So, let me copy that link address. This is the download link, so click this if you'd like to download it. There's the PDF right there. Yeah. Multiple origins of vertebral pneumaticity. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So look at those bones. They're hollow. Really cool. Very, very cool. Here, hang on just a second here. Yeah. Really, really neat. So that's one of the reasons why these big sauropod dinosaurs, like we were talking about earlier, critters like Patagonian, these animals were able to get so incredibly large is they're all full of air, you know? That's how they're able to get bigger than a blue whale. Very, very neat. Yeah. And also, I just love this. In Prehistoric Planet, well, here. Take a look. This is from the 2022 series, Prehistoric Planet. Really extraordinary stuff. I think you'll like it a lot. This is one of those titanosaurs who have got those hollow vertebrae. There's air sacs and hollows that basically run through these critters. Yeah. Here. We talked about this a bit last week with Dolly the dinosaur, who had a respiratory infection in her neck. Yeah. But you look at this diagram right here, everything that you see in blue is air. Whether it's this dark blue, or this darker blue, or this light kind of sky blue, all the blue that you see here is pneumaticity. Air running through this animal. These dinosaurs were full of air. It's a bagpipe, says S.P. Harkin, but even more majestic than that, and probably less screechy. Anyway, have a look. There you go. But in this, they show them with kind of a speculative feature, much like a prairie chicken or a sage hen. They've got these inflatable gular neck pouches, which might seem kind of off the wall, but the thing is, this has evolved multiple times in different lineages of birds who already have those, you know, they've got a similar kind of respiratory system in their neck. Makes a ton of sense for sauropods. It really does. Take a look. Very cool. So again, this is guesswork. We certainly don't know for sure that they had these. But, you know, as long as you're going to be making guesses, they at least should be guesses that make sense. And this totally makes sense for these animals. We know that they've got those, you know, those crazy hollows and everything, just like that, in their neck bones. And there are similar animals today that do stuff just like this. Here, let me show you. Prairie chicken booming. There we go. Yeah. Here. So this is a modern dinosaur. Modern theropod. Doing the stamping thing, and then watch those air sacs inflate. Those gular pouches inflate on its neck. Very cool. Yeah. There's multiple species of birds that do this. It's not just galliform birds like this. There's other seabirds that do that too. There are seabirds that do that too, rather. Yeah. Like, I think, let's see. Yeah, take a look at this. Very cool. So there's another species of bird with a big inflatable pouch, not anywhere closely related to those prairie chickens. This is a totally different group. They did not evolve this from a common ancestor. And another courtship display here. Really, really neat. This is a magnificent frigate bird. Yeah, and we can find them on the Great Tree of Life here. Here we go. Magnificent frigate bird. We'll zoom in on them on our tree of life. Yeah. And Paleontologizing, yes, cassowaries make some amazing sounds, absolutely. Yeah. Never heard them in person, but I've heard recordings of them. There's our magnificent frigate bird right here. The reason I show you this is I want to show you how far they are from, say, a prairie chicken. They are quite the distance away. So, holy cow. Way over there is a greater prairie chicken. These animals did not both inherit that inflatable pouch from their ancestors. They independently evolved that. Each of these different birds independently evolved that, which to me makes it seem all the more plausible that that critters like Dreadnoughtus may have done the same thing. Yeah. And thank you, Raven, for being here. You get some good sleep, Raven. Yeah. So, Patagonian, whom Dinosaur Dave was showing us earlier, photos from the museum, it's from the same family, Titanosaurs. In fact, both of those critters are from the same country. Dreadnoughtus, also from Argentina, just like Patagonian. Yeah. Holy cow, look at this animal. Holy cow. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. And uses fight scene. Very neat, Smorphosaurus, yeah. It's a dramatic scene. Very cool. Apologies to anybody watching on YouTube. This will all be muted. Yeah. Fight! This is Chicken Spiggins, yeah. And Green Dragon Galactic, yeah. Give me that that question. I want to hear it. Good stuff. And we don't have any evidence of T-Rex quills, no, Green Dragon. They're making that up. Yeah. Thanks for asking, though. Yeah. What a cool sequence here. Whoa! Oh, and he's raking his neck with the teeth. Ugh. Ooh, and those thumb spikes, too. Those thumb claws. Oof. Yowza. Ugh. Yeah. Chicken Spicken says, I can imagine the sound the necks make hitting each other. And I thought watching giraffes was intense. Holy cow, giraffes. Yeah. That's part of kind of where this comes from. Yeah. Because giraffes will do this, and it is intense. Holy cow. Male giraffes like this will whack each other with their necks and their heads. That's partly what those ossicones are for. Those little, like, hair-covered horns that they have on their heads. Yeah. They'll do this when they're competing for mates. They'll try and drive each other off. So there's precedent for this in long-necked terrestrial animals. Yeah, holy cow. One of these critters getting hit by a Dreadnoughtus neck would just obliterate them, you know? So much bigger than giraffes. Oh yeah, yeah. Oof. Yowza. Oh yeah, yeah. Dramatic stuff. And who is this? Alpy Ravenson. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
Dinosaur.
Wonderful. Alpy Ravenson. How you doing? Good to have you here. Here, let's scoot back a titch. Yeah. Oof. Imagine that falling from like 80 feet in the air, your head hitting the ground. Ooh. Oh my goodness, it's curtains. Yeah. Yowza. Yeah. KO. Killed opponent. Yeah. 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 Pretty wild. I mean, holy cow. Yeah. So this is only possible because of these air sacs and hollows. That's why these dinosaurs are able to get so very big and hold their necks aloft like that, is they're all full of air. It's a beautiful adaptation that they've evolved. And one of the keys to dinosaurian success, really, is that pneumaticity there. Anyway, that clip was from Prehistoric Planet, and found a really cool article just the other day, how Prehistoric Planet made the most realistic dinosaurs you've ever seen. Really, the most realistic dinosaurs from any, show ever. Show or movie or whatever. Scientists helped make the new Apple TV Plus nature documentary more accurate and better looking than any Jurassic Park film could. Let alone a Jurassic World film. Ugh. But yeah. So this is all about that. Really cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Here's a link to that. And, lucky for us, Prehistoric Planet is actually returning. With, I think 5 new episodes in May of this year. And let me show you that. Here you go. Darren Naish here on Twitter. He is the, primary paleontologist consultant. He had, tremendous creative influence over the series. I think he actually helped write some of the scripts, and, he had big creative control over this, and you can tell. It's exquisite, because it's guided by paleontologists, Darren Naish says there's lots of speculation about the contents of Prehistoric Planet Series 2. He means Season 2 for those US viewers. That's kind of a disconnect there. In the UK, or Commonwealth countries, British Commonwealth countries, they say series when they mean 1 year's run of episodes. We would say season in the US. Season 1. Season 2. Season 4 of The Simpsons. One of the greatest, seasons of any television show in history. They would say Series 4. Anyway, I guess it's a BBC thing, so they would call it series. For us, series means, the show, A series is all of the seasons combined. The complete series. Star Trek TOS, the original series. That doesn't mean the first season. But whatever. Anyway, it's BBC. They can call it what they like. There's lots of speculation about the contents of Prehistoric Planet Series 2. You're most definitely not going to be disappointed. Bigger and better, more and different animals. As I've said in books and articles, the Cretaceous was not a dinosaurs-only theme park. There you go. Very neat. There's that big Asdarchid pterosaur. lovely feathered velociraptor right there. And Tyrannosaurus eye. Very nice. And that's called dialectic variation, Danny. Yeah, I guess. Different dialects. You know? Two countries separated by a common language. As the saying goes. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. The feathered velociraptor looks more realistic than the bald one. Absolutely, Latjor. No contest. Holy cow. Yeah. Feathered velociraptor looks a zillion times more authentic and realistic than, yeah, I'm trying to find you a clip here. Than the ones from Jurassic World, which honestly look like dog water. Anyway, there's our feathered velociraptor right there. There we go. Yeah, there's Attenborough. And then here's our velociraptor right here. Look at this. Just extraordinary. And they move with such grace here, too. Really, really excellent. They look so much better than the Jurassic World velociraptors, which are embarrassingly bad. They were awful. Oh, Jurassic World was such a mistake in its entirety. All three movies, awful. Yeah. And Delta Rain is here. How are you doing, Delta? Always great to see you, Delta. Delta, yay. Delta Rain says, I say baguette, you say baguette. If you say so, Delta, I'll say baguette. Yeah. Oh, it's good to see you, Delta. It's good to see you. How you doing? When's the next time you're streaming, by the way? But yeah. Yeah. And Latcher says, I loved the book and the first movie was entertaining, but I stopped. Book? Oh, you're talking about Jurassic Park. Yeah. The first Jurassic Park movie I thought was pretty great, for the most part. The Lost World and Jurassic Park 3, they have their moments. I don't know, they've got a certain charm to them. Jurassic World is when things took a quick dive off the boardwalk into the active volcano. And were just quickly, they perished in the magma, you know? Unfortunate. Most unfortunate. So yeah. Yeah. But anyway. I'm not watching any of the world movies. Yeah, maybe don't, Latchor. You'll be very disappointed. Smurfosaurus is right. But yeah. I don't stream. Who told you that? Oh, sorry, Delta. Here. Yeah. I'm gonna zip my lips, and then open my mouth, and then swallow the key that I used for zipping the zip. The analogy doesn't make the most sense, but that's okay. Yeah. But yeah. And went to the T-Rex exhibition in Toronto over the weekend. First time seeing feathered dinosaur sculptures. They look great. Very cool, Tommy Platicus. That's really neat. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Dinosaur Dave, I need to figure out how I can watch that. I still haven't seen it, but it sounds terrible. Dinosaur with Stephen Fry. I've heard some bad things. Not as bad as 65, maybe? In terms of its dinosaur depictions. And I like Stephen Fry. Like, I hope... I wish that he had been in something with more merit. But yeah. Yeah. It's on YouTube. Oh, okay. Dinosaur Dave, if you could whisper me a link. If you've got one handy. I'd appreciate that. Yeah. Visually, it's a hot mess. That's what I've heard. Yeah. Yeah. And Ox the Architect, that's a wonderful point. Ox says, the giraffes reminded me of a viral tweet. Yeah. Which, you know, Holy cow. The giraffe reminded me of that viral tweet. How are unicorns fake, but giraffes are real? Like, what's more believable, a horse with a horn? Or a leopard moose camel with a 40-foot neck? They don't have a 40-foot neck. I think the world record for the height of a giraffe is 21 feet, and that's from the ground up to the top of the ossicones. 21 feet. But still, point taken, you know? What a ridiculous animal. Really nuts. It's just wild. That's why I never actually, you know, when I was a kid, I was perplexed by why are unicorns so popular as a mythical animal? It's just a horse that's got a horn on its head. How is that all that special, you know? It would be like, I don't know. Here's a dog with a mustache. That's a mythical animal, you know? Here's a rabbit who's wearing shoes. That's a mythical animal. It seems really low effort, you know? We just slapped a narwhal horn on a horse. That's a unicorn, you know? I never really got that. But yeah. Even lower rent is a horsicorn. Anybody in chat know what a horsicorn is? What is a horsicorn? One of your lesser-known mythical creatures. And there you go, green dragon, yeah. A horsicorn? It's not a mare horse, Smurfosaurus? No. Here, I'll show you a picture. Yeah. Let me find you a picture, a rare picture of a horsicorn. Here is one right here. Holy cow, are you ready? Prepare to be blown away. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a horsicorn. It is a unicorn, but with the head of a horse. Pretty extraordinary, right? That's a horsicorn. Behold. The most mythical of mythical creatures. Yeah. A horsicorn. Yeah. Enough of this nonsense. Let's see what else we got on our agenda for the day. Yeah, shoot, before we get into our, oh boy, our dinosaur auction stuff, let's take a look at this. From the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta. And holy moly, I don't know if the alert is going to go off properly, but let's turn on this just in case. SF Bart. Oh, SF Bart just gave us a shout out to 86 viewers. Well, shoot, let's return the favor and do a shout out to SF Bart. And Farewellin23, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Maybe because of that shout out from SF Bart. Let's give a shout out to SF Bart, and let's actually, here we go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you next time. Okay.
Holy cow. Oh, they're just wrapping up right now. Man, the transit system, yes indeed, Delta Rain. I don't know who that is, but holy moly. They just did a special stream on Twitch, which is really neat. And they were talking about frogs, which is pretty awesome. Take a look at that. Yeah. They were teaming up with the San Francisco Zoo to do a special stream about World Frog Day. I would not be here today if it were not for the San Francisco BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit System. Do the BART man. Bay Area Rapid Transit. That's how I first was able to go visit the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley every day when I was in high school during the summers. And sometimes I would also, sometimes between you and me, I would also cut school when I was in high school, especially senior year. I would cut class and, you know, go visit the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. I volunteered there in high school, and every opportunity I got, I'd be there working on fossils, working with paleontologists. You know, a lot of other, you know, high school students would cut class to go do other things. I was cutting class to go do science. Yeah, anyway, I was only able to do that because of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit System. I'm a huge BART fan. BART is what makes the Bay Area what it is, and I'm tremendously grateful to them. And one day, to collaborate on a project, because there's a cool intersection between BART and paleontology. So, one of these days, I'm gonna get in touch with BART, see if we can do a joint exhibit about this. Yeah, back in 1967, during the excavation of the downtown Berkeley BART station, there was a giant ground sloth that was dug up, and or a femur of one anyway. That specimen is at my local museum in downtown Berkeley. UCMP, University of California Museum of Paleontology. It's a cool story that not many people know, and I think it's a really neat confluence of public transit, paleontology, and community involvement. Like, they asked paleontologists to come look at this thing and save it for science, and it's such a neat story. A lot of people would be shocked to hear that there were enormous ground sloths walking around in downtown Berkeley just a few thousand years ago. But we've got the fossils, and that's one of them. Pretty cool. So yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And SV Harkin says, I missed the max days senior year that I could still graduate. SV Harkin, I used to show up in the morning for attendance, and then I would be out of there. So yeah, the teachers didn't know. I was gone. But anyway, and look at me now. Kids don't skip school. It's not great. But, anyway. And, well, Smorphosaurus, shoot, before we get into this, talking about Boreala pelta, and looking at the trailer for that, let me take a look at Smorphosaurus's Parasaurolophus here, which may have gotten lost in my email account. Let me take a look. Let's see here. Verify your email address, blah, blah, blah. And there you go, from Smorphosaurus. Oh, this is gorgeous, Smorph. This is really, really nice. Take a look at that. Let me download this so I can open it up properly. Oh, no, shoot, don't do that. Gmail is a little ridiculous about these things sometimes. Bear with me. Cross your fingers this doesn't crash the stream when we go to portable hard drive. There we go. Take that, put it up into the Chrome. Smorphosaurus, beautiful job there. I like this so much. A gorgeous Parasaurolophus right there. Very, very nice. I love the bright coloration. I love the brightly colored crest. You know that thing evolved to get attention. And here it is. Beautiful job, Smorphosaurus. Really nice. Smurf says I had fun with the colors. Looks like it. You did a great job with the colors. Very, very nice. Parasaurolophus walkeri. One of everybody's favorite duckbill dinosaurs. Such a cool critter. Yeah. So yeah, go follow Smorphosaurus for some dinosaur art like this, made live on Twitch. You know? Let's get a shout out for Smurf going. But yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Space, I agree. Mayor Space says, don't skip enough school to be doing bad in school, but enjoy being young too. It only happens once. There you go. Yeah. My grades maybe did suffer a little bit senior year, but I'd already gotten into college and everything, so it's like, what did it really matter? I'm gonna pursue some science, and I'm gonna do some real learning. Though, yeah. Yeah. And you're working on Carnotaurus. Oh, Ceratosaurus tomorrow. Very cool, Smurf. Anyway. Beautiful stuff. Really nice, and thank you for sharing, Smurf. Really, really cool. Speaking of beautiful dinosaurs, let's take a look at this right here. Yeah. Catch us on Drain the Oceans this month on @NatGeo TV. The Secrets of the Dinosaurs episode features our paleontologists from the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology in Alberta, Canada, talking about the world's best preserved armored dinosaur, Borealopelta markmitchellii. And watch the trailer. Here it is here. Some kind of derpy looking Tyrannosaurus. But let's have ourselves a look.
When you go out looking at rocks that are millions of years old, you never know what you're going to find. As we came through a little clearing,
And Denji Gatsu, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to figure out the closed captions here. Closed captions, English. There we go.
When you go out looking at rocks that are millions of years old, you never know what you're going to find.
Ooh.
As we came through a little clearing, I spotted a rough-looking bone. Yep, this is the spot right here.
Yep.
Where it all began.
One bone after the next revealed itself. This was the Holy Grail.
Finding a dinosaur bone tells us only part of the story.
This is neat.
There's so much
Huh.
more to these amazing creatures than just their skeletons.
Yep.
Which leaves the movies with a lot of artistic license.
The colors are made up. A lot of the behavior is made up.
That's Ken Lacavera there. Yeah. Oh. And this is really neat. So the story of Borealopelta is a really, really interesting one. For one thing, we can tell what colors this dinosaur was. It is that well preserved. Really incredible. And Denji Gatsu says, thanks for having me, friend. Welcome, Denji Gatsu. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. Let's continue.
Remarkable new fossil finds are opening a window on the prehistoric world as never before.
Technology is allowing us to answer questions that were previously unanswerable. We get to make dinosaurs move again for the first time in millions of years. And we can figure out their color.
Ooh, these aren't great.
How they lived.
Can recent discoveries force us to put aside the movie magic and finally see dinosaurs as they truly were when
Open
they
up a
ruled
fossil
the
jacket there. Very neat.
Closer to uncovering the truth of the age of dinosaurs than we've ever been.
Fact is stranger than fiction.
Neat stuff. Yeah. So I guess this will be on TV at some point. Yeah, Nat Geo TV. Anyway, here's a link to that tweet right there. Put it there in the chat. There you go. How did the short video animate those ARC models better than the Stephen Fry tag? Alrix Gaming, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. Maybe they blew all their budget on having Stephen Fry there. I don't know. Yeah. Disclaimer, do not attempt to drain the oceans. There you go, Aerospace. Yeah, you don't want to drink that stuff. It's all full of salt. But yeah, really cool. The story of Borealopelta is a really, really interesting one. But it's one we've gone over a few times before. I'm not sure I'm going to return to that right now. Maybe briefly. Maybe briefly. Let's see if we can watch a real quick video on it. Here we go. Yeah, we'll just watch this. It's less than a minute long. Take a look. And we'll provide our own music, because they just have stock music. Yeah. I remember when this was announced. I was actually digging up a nodosaur at the same time. And it was, yeah, that was like the summer of the nodosaur. Paper came out about the coloration of this animal, which was really, really neat. Shows that they were counter-shaded. We'd been hearing rumors about this for a long time, and, really cool stuff. But, actually, this will be a lovely segue to what we're going to be talking about next. Here, I'm going to set this going. And I'm going to run to the little paleontologist room real quick. But just see if I don't pop up in this video in a minute here. Gonna go run to the bathroom. Be right back. Keep a lookout for me.
Powered by the Montana Television Network. The 10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur. Husband and wife paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip in the Coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be, but we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the Coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students.
There we go.
And the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Yeah, this big paleontologizing salute to Dan and Lila Redding here. Holy cow. We'll talk about why they're so extraordinary in a second. But yeah, here's us digging back there. There's me in the sun helmet, as you probably saw earlier. There's Plockman's mustard. There you go. It is you, Plockman's mustard. Yes, indeed. But yeah, and the drawing, well, I don't know. It's like I almost don't want to show this, but I had to do that really quickly. Denver's like, hey, Danny, there's a news crew showing up. We need a picture of a nodosaur. Draw us one real quick. And I just had my lined notebook right here. This might be like my geology field notes or something. And I had like a pencil and a fountain pen, I think. So I just had to quickly freehand a nodosaur to try and show what this animal would look like. But it's not great. It would look more like... I'll show you a better image. There we go. You know, much more like this right here, maybe. That's a lovely Edmontonia right there. This might be like a descendant of our dinosaur, who would be a little bit older than this, 79 million years old. That's a really nice Edmontonia right there, too. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So kind of like that. But that's what I was able to come up with really quickly. I don't know. Yeah. Happy little dinosaur. There you go, Musaica. Yeah. Anyway, but the reason I show you this is, A, we're dealing with, that's the same kind of dinosaur, a nodosaur. This clubless ankylosaur. An armored dinosaur with no tail club at the end. Just like they had up there in Canada, Borealopelta, the one from that trailer. It's the same type of animal. And, but yeah, what's really extraordinary is Dan and Lila Redding here. Because they are private landowners. And, yeah, we owe a lot to them. Let's let Liz talk about it.
Exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students, and the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week. Over the next few years, they will clean, study, and make copies of the skeleton. Near Rudyard, Josh Meny, MTN News.
Yep. Very cool.
And speaking of
but anyway, Dan and Lila Redding, I really wish that more people were as good-hearted as they are. More landowners. There was a time back in the... I don't know. Basically up until the 1990s, when if a private landowner had a dinosaur skeleton that was discovered on their land, they were more than happy, you know, to call in some paleontologists to dig it up, and then they'd be proud to go see it up there at the museum. You know, they were proud to donate this to the museum, you know? And then something happened. In the 1990s. And I wonder if anybody happens to know what that was that kind of changed attitudes about this. A dinosaur who's actually very popular on Twitter was discovered. Anybody know who it was? Or what happened? Anybody? One of the most famous, like, named dinosaurs. Anywhere? Yeah, Shaggy Rex. You got it. And welcome to Paleontologizing, Shaggy Rex. It was unfortunately Sue the T-Rex. Yeah. Here's some archival footage from the Associated Press.
The telephones are lined up on the left. And I begin with a bid of $500,000. Now bidding at $500,000. Now bidding at $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now at $700,000.
And so they started the bidding at $500,000. There was not a big precedent for auctioning off dinosaur fossils before this. It all kind of started with Sue. This fossil that... Anyway, there's a big legal battle over who actually had ownership over the fossils of this dinosaur. And it just... Oh, goodness. Yeah, the slimy auction house. Auctioning it off. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
At $2,700,000 now. Telephone up front. 3.1
Yeah.
million. 3.2 million. 3.4 in two places. 3.4 is standing. 3.4 is standing. 6.3.
Everybody clapping there. This is something that would change dinosaur paleontology forever. Because after this happened, you know, when landowners heard that there was a dinosaur on their property, suddenly they heard, oh, dinosaurs are big business. I could sell this thing for $1 million zillion. Suddenly it became about money to them, and not about helping the community, not about helping science, not about helping scientists, you know? So in the United States, dinosaur fossils, if they're found on private land, they're the property of the landowner. And yeah, so the landowner can do with it what they please, you know? They could donate it to a museum, they could keep it at home, they could sell it to the highest bidder, they could throw it in a lake, they could do whatever, it doesn't matter. The scientific importance of the fossil doesn't actually, legally, it doesn't make any difference at all. You know, it could be the most important dinosaur fossil ever found, and it's not like it would end up in a museum unless the landowner wants it to, you know? Countries around the world have got more sensible laws around these things. Things need to be saved for science, you know? If it's part of that country's, you know, collective natural heritage, it should go to a museum in that country for all of its people to enjoy. It should be the property of, you know, the citizens of that country. But here in the United States, where everything is for sale, and the almighty dollar rules all and everyone worships it, that's just not the case, except with rare few people like Dan and Lila Redding. So again, I want you to hear what they have to say about this, because huge salute to them for supporting us and supporting science, you know?
We do it for these students, and the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be...
Yeah, I mean, so huge paleontologizing salute to Dan and Lila Redding. Tremendously grateful for, you know, they've got good hearts. They really do. This is rare for private landowners to, it didn't used to be rare, but, you know, after dinosaur auctions started becoming a thing, after Sue is really what kickstarted all of this, unfortunately. And, yeah. Yeah, this is really gross. This was a couple of years ago. Take a look. Ugh. You know, this jingly jangly music. Oh, this is so cool. It's, wow. This is such a travesty. You know? This, by the way, is a Tyrannosaurus specimen that has been published on in the literature. There have been papers written on these fossils before, because that was the agreement, is that, like, this was going to stay at the Black Hills Institute, which is it's a showroom, but they kind of claim to be a museum. Never trust something like that, you know? They said they were going to keep these fossils in perpetuity, so of course you can publish on them. And then the thing gets auctioned off. Yeah. Yeah, Stan. Such a shame, Shaggy Rex. I know, right? And there's this.
Masterpiece, who is 67 million years old, is the king of the dinosaurs, and is our final lot for this evening. And where should we start? At $3 million. Biddy in London, thank you very much. $3,200,000. Thank you very much.
She looks like Carmela Soprano, at least from far away. Anyway, yeah. Boo indeed, Lenina.
City in London, thank you very much. 3,200,000. Thank you very much. 5,500,000 now with
Just this disgusting
$6 million. Thank you.
escapade of all these wealthy people who think they can own anything in the world.
9, please. 9 million.
9.5 in London, please.
9,500,000.
And there's, like, the people who are bidding on it don't even bother to show up. Like, just,
This time with James Hislop.
Yeah.
10 million, please.
$10 million.
12, please.
12 million.
12.5, please.
12,500,000.
19, please.
19 million. Really? 27.
Yes, really. Sorry. 27.1, please.
$27,100,000 because you have come this whole way at $27,100,000. James, ball's in your court. We're all waiting with bated breath. $27,100,000. Talk to me, James.
27.5, please.
Anyway, it ended up selling for, I think, 27.5. Just, I can't even watch the rest of it. But anyway, there are casts of Stan all over the world at different museums. At the Museum of Ancient Life in Lehi, Utah, they've got 2 casts of Stan, which are fighting, which is really cool. It's like a dinosaur who's fighting a clone of himself. But anyway, somebody asked me about this while I was streaming from there. This is back in, I think, August of 2022. I was there with Lordy. Claire Burr clipped this. Take a look.
If you paid $27 million for a dinosaur skeleton, you are getting played.
Yeah.
They're not worth that much. I mean, like, this took a few $1,000s to dig up, and then, you know, a few thousand more to prep and to store and to clean and, you know, consolidate, like all the other stuff. You're dealing with probably less than $100,000, being generous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you had even $1 million, you could go out and find 5 T-Rexes like this.
You could, absolutely.
Put them on display, whatever you want. So if you buy a dinosaur like that, you are getting ripped off.
So yeah, I mean, this is a point that I made on Twitter a while ago, and here. This is relevant because this is going to be in the news a whole bunch, and also Travel the World sent me a book about this. Thank you again, Travel. We'll get to that. But, yeah, where was that? Scrolling. There we go. Yeah. So this is in the news again. There are now 3 partial T-Rex specimens that were taken out of Montana and Wyoming, 2 different states. 3 T-Rex specimens taken from 2 U.S. states, all from private land. At least purportedly from private land. You never really know. Well, I don't know. They probably have documentation, but, like, you always got to be a little suspicious. You know? Yeah. 3 specimens were taken out of Montana and Wyoming and then cobbled together Frankenstein style. And now they're going to be sold off in Switzerland. And yeah, it is 3 specimens, not just 1. They're trying to play it off like it's 1 skeleton. It's not. It's 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens that they've cobbled together. Just stitched this thing. It's a chimera. It might even be 2 different Tyrannosaurus species. I mean, if indeed Tyrannosaurus rex is not the only Tyrannosaur in the Maastrichtian, which I think is probably the case, you've got this genus Tyrannosaurus evolving throughout the end of the Cretaceous. Kind of like Greg Paul suggests with T. regina and T. imperator and T. rex. The only way we can test that idea is with more specimens, really. Like, and we can't do that if they're all being sold off, you know? So yeah. Anyway. This is a sad story any way you look at it. We've got about 50 T-Rex skeletons in the world. T-Rex specimens. About 35 adult Tyrannosaurus specimens, something like that. So these 3 partial skeletons here, they're kind of fragmentary, but still, they're important data points. You know? And they're going to be scientifically useful if you just scrunch them together into... It makes me sick. These 3 specimens could have taught us cool things about T-Rex evolution and ecology, helping us understand what our world was like just before the asteroid hit and paved the way for us mammals, you know? This is something that is relevant and interesting to all human beings all over the Earth, you know? But instead, those 3 T-Rex specimens were wrenched out of the ground as quickly as possible. You can bet there was no precise mapping or fine-scale stratigraphy. They didn't collect good data here, let alone a proper strat section, and then jumble together Frankenstein style in hopes of inflating the auction price. From a scientific standpoint, and for anyone who thinks Tyrannosaurus is cool and wants to learn more about this incredible dinosaur, it's heartbreaking. But any potential buyer should also be ashamed to even consider this purchase, not just because you're doing a great disservice to science and people who love dinosaurs, because it's a huge ripoff too. Like, you're an enormous dingus. You're such a fool if you purchase this. Like, it's an enormous ripoff. Dinosaurs aren't expensive to dig up. I've dug up so many dinosaurs over the course of my career. It costs what? A few $100? You know, to actually maybe dig it up while you're out there in the field. If you've got a truck, you can transport it. It takes a few thousand maybe to prep it and mount it. So it probably cost the commercial collectors about $10,000 for excavation and fossil prep, if that. And they're expecting some dingus to cough up millions to buy it. It is a scam. So it's gross no matter how you look at it. And it's not like this sort of thing is helping to raise the profile of dinosaur science at all. It's turning our specimens into commodities. It's really, really gross. So, anyway. That's one of the reasons why I put this book on the wish list and travel the world. Thank you for buying it for me. Here. Travel wrote me a beautiful little note there after she bought this off of the wish list. There we go. She says, "Hi, Danny. I know you enjoy reading." I definitely do. My favorite pastimes. And in order to keep up with the insane world of commercial dinosaur auctions, here's the book that will help you with that. Enjoy. Travel the world. Thank you, Travel the World. Let's take a look at this. This book is called Dinosaurs Are Collectible. And this is one of those books that was... I actually spotted this in a store in San Francisco a few weekends ago. And I thought, oh boy, I need to read this. And they didn't have it at the library. Thank goodness. But Travel purchased it for me. Thank you, Travel. Digging for Dinosaurs, the Art, the Science. It is a beautiful book. Like, very well put together. But yeah. These days, collectors are in the grip of a fossil collecting frenzy. Dinosaur skeletons, eggs, bones, and other fossils are selling fast on the art market. Disgusting. How do you start a fossil collection? Why are dinosaur finds so popular? And why does a T-Rex cost as much as a Picasso? Oh my god. In Dinosaurs Are Collectible, we dig up stories about the most sensational dinosaur finds. I bet you they're gonna gloss over all of the seedy aspects of this. Because holy cow, is it sketchy and gross, and there's, you know, connections to organized crime, international smuggling. Yeah. The art market is full of crooks? Absolutely, SB Harkin. Just money laundering out the wazoo. You also read about a dandy fur-coated fossil hunter. Don't call Barnum Brown a dandy. Up yours, blurb writer. Charles Dickens dinosaur novels. Charles Dickens never wrote a dinosaur novel. Are they talking about Bleak House that mentions Megalosaurus in one sentence at the very beginning? Oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to be really bad. And a stylish dining in an iguanodon. Yeah, yeah, these are like some of the oldest stories in dinosaur paleontology. That's from 1854, the dinner in the iguanodon. Dinosaur Mania has fired the fancy of film directors and artists too, bringing dinosaurs back to life on screen and canvas. But could the Jurassic Park scenario ever really happen? Can we reincarnate prehistoric monsters using dinosaur DNA? No, we can't. Because we don't have dinosaur DNA. I answered the question for you right there. DNA doesn't last that long. This is going to be lousy. I just know it. But thank you, Travel, for getting it for me. And I will be reading this and leaving a review. There's a big mosasaur. And there's that Triceratops, aka Torosaurus specimen that was auctioned off in France last year. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, $31 million dinosaur. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway. Yeah. I thank you again, Travel. I know I'm all hot and bothered about this in a bad way. Travel, thank you so much for sending this to me because, well, I actually had a TV station reach out to me a while ago. This is what, last November? I'll show you the video. GB News in the UK, believe it or not, reached out to me. And here it is. Take a look at this real quick. That's Michael Portillo. And he wanted to talk to me and another vertebrate paleontologist from Norfolk in the UK. I was expecting this to be kind of an antagonistic kind of a thing. So I was like all ready to defend the honor of dinosaur science and say that, you know, defend the practice of dinosaur science and say, like, no, these auctions are actually bad, and here's why they're bad. But he was totally on board. This is delightful. So take a look. Yeah.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shem was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week.
Yeah. For a little bit of background on that, actually. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Christie's withdraws T-Rex skeleton from auction days before sale. Thank goodness, too. So it turned out that they lied about this. Yeah. So in another case of misleading the buyer and everybody else, they claimed that they had like a more or less complete Tyrannosaurus here, and then if you actually look in the catalog, they're like, oh, well, it's actually filled in with pieces of other Tyrannosaurus specimens, which turned out to be from Stan, the Tyrannosaurus skeleton that sold for tens of millions of dollars. Black Hills Institute still owns the rights to casts of Stan's skeleton. Apparently they'd purchased a cast of Stan, the people who wanted to auction off this T-Rex, and they just used bones from Stan, replica bones from Stan, to fill in the gaps. So that's why this thing looks exactly like Stan, is because it is Stan. And that's, of course, like, super illegal. They can't do that. So, anyway, they were poised to fetch between $15 and $25 million, according to the auction house estimates. So yeah. Stan Larson, or excuse me, Pete Larson says, I'd say probably 95% or more is actually Stan. They, Shen's owner, don't have whole bones, so it's Stan with little fragments of bone in there. Which is really, really shady. But this is absolutely par for the course for this kind of thing. You know? Dinosaur auctions are incredibly sketchy. Shady, just... buyer beware. And I was able to kind of get this point across here. So, yeah, again, big kudos to Michael Portillo for being on the right side of the story. Holy cow.
Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton. The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex.
Almost all of it.
Stan.
Yeah.
This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them.
And that's interesting because the sale of Shen would have been legal if they had been honest about the, you know, the parts being actually replicas of Stan, and if they'd made an agreement with the Black Hills Institute, this like commercial fossil showroom. You know, it's a commercial enterprise over there. It's not a museum. BHI is not a museum. I want to get that point across. But if the people expecting to get millions upon millions of dollars from this, if they had just brokered a deal with BHI, if they hadn't been so shady about it, all of this would have been legal. You know? Unfortunately, it is legal to sell dinosaurs from the U.S. as long as they're from private land, you know? But I like how Michael Portillo kind of like, he's like, oh yeah, all this stuff is gross and illegal, and which, fair enough, you know, it's all definitely shady.
Bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch. David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Yeah, I think you know, these are really important things. They're not just art, and I think that's the problem. That's not.
He's making a really good point here, and like, I don't know, that's the opposite point that this book is trying to make. That like, oh, dinosaurs are collectible. Dinosaurs should be sold on the art market. They're not art. These are important scientific specimens. They're not art. You know? And the same way that you shouldn't be selling, I don't know, remains of early hominid fossils or something like that. They're not art either. How long will it be, you know, if this is allowed to continue unabated, if the sale of dinosaur fossils is allowed to continue unabated like this, if people don't stand up for what's right, how long will it be until there are commercial crews out there digging in Kenya, in South Africa, looking for ancient human remains to sell off to the highest bidder, you know? Before there's like a black market in hominid fossils, because you know that those would be even more expensive than dinosaur fossils like this if, you know, tech billionaires wanted to have that in their office. Oh yes, I actually own the oldest, you know, human fossil in existence, you know, because I'm so important. How long until that happens, you know, if we don't put the kibosh on this right now? So yeah. So David Waterhouse making some great points here. That's an unfortunate framing of the sign right there, though. But yeah, he makes a really good point. It's not art.
Yeah, I think you know, these are really important things. They're not just art, and I think that's the problem. That's not to downgrade art in any way, but we're picking up scientific information about our environment, the environment in the past. We can learn about our environment in the future. So potentially really important science can be lost if
He's right.
Fossils like T-Rexes and other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
I wish I'd answered this a little bit differently. Can I understand why a skeleton might be worth that much? I don't know. Again, this is all live. I didn't know what questions he was going to ask or anything. But, yeah. Runelore says, I frequent the fossil forum. What's that? It's got to be an online forum about fossils, I suppose. A huge chunk of the fossils in the ID section are purchased with next to no information. Oh, yeah. Making them almost scientifically useless? No, they will be 100% scientifically useless, Runelore. Yeah. Because the thing is, if a fossil is not collected with good data about where it came from and what kinds of rocks, where it is in the rock sequence, it is useless scientifically. Completely useless. You know, if you can't put it into its proper time context, you can't say anything about how it evolved, what kind of environment it lived in, you know, any of that stuff. Unless maybe it's a super, super common fossil and it's only from one place. Say that there's like, I don't know, Orthoceras from Morocco or whatever, you know. Then maybe you can kind of assume you know where it came from. But even then, it's actually, no, even then probably not. A fossil without any associated data, scientifically useless. So if you dig it up out of the ground and you can't find where it came from, you know, and when I say where it came from, I mean the exact hole in the ground, like centimeter by centimeter, where it's from in the rock record, in the rock layers. If you can't do that, scientifically useless, basically. Can't really use it for anything. It might as well not exist from a scientific standpoint, which is why this Tyrannosaur thing is so sad too. It's because you know that those fossils were not collected with proper data protocols. No chance. When you're a commercial enterprise, time is money, you know? They're not going to be doing microset analysis. They're not going to be taking a proper strat section. They might not even have a proper dot on a map to show you geographically, like, oh yeah, it came from this part of this county. They probably don't even have that. If it's from private land, they probably keep that information secret to protect the privacy of the landowner, you know? So, scientifically useless, you know? Yeah, when data is overhead, there you go, Golganak. You're trying to cut it. That's what commercial collectors do. At least in this case, you know? So, yeah, we can assume. But yeah.
These fossils like T-Rexes and other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
And there you go, Moosey Fate. Yeah, good point.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, you know, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen.
And I should have emphasized that point, is this really is just a few chunks of bone. It's ridiculous that they were going to ask for that much money for it. Absolutely preposterous. The thing's, you know, yeah.
There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million.
Yeah.
Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage, who, into his possession there came a skull. Do you want to describe that and tell us what happened about that?
Sure. There's so many of these cases that it's sort of difficult to keep them separate sometimes. But if I recall correctly, this was a Tarbosaurus skull that
which it's often in the media reported as like Tyrannosaurus batar instead of Tarbosaurus batar, because again, it's a commercial thing and they think they can get more money if it's Tyrannosaurus, like Tyrannosaurus rex. But most paleontologists agree this is a separate genus of Tyrannosaur, Tarbosaurus, not Tyrannosaurus.
Nicolas Cage is purchased at auction, and that had been illegally smuggled out of Mongolia. You know, this country kind of nestled between China and Russia.
And again, I can't believe I explained the concept of Mongolia. I don't know how many people would know where Mongolia is. I don't know. I feel embarrassed that I said that.
A wealth of dinosaur fossils from that country, one of the world's greatest, dinosaur fossil fields. Recently, the people of Mongolia have been trying to kind of take hold of their heritage and make sure that fossils from their country are not being illegally exported and sold. That had happened in the case of Nicolas Cage's purchase. And I believe it was seized by Interpol and actually taken back to the country of Mongolia.
It might have actually been the U.S. State Department, not Interpol. Somebody can look that up. I think I got that part wrong. Anyway, some government authority seized it and brought it back to its rightful place, its place of origin, to Mongolia, so that the people of Mongolia could enjoy it and Mongolian paleontologists could study it. Wolf Will, how are you doing? Wolf Will says, I seen your video from the Dino Simulator, and I gotta say it's not bad. Thank you, Wolf Will. Most bones are priceless and they belong in a museum. Agreed, Wolf Will. Agreed. But first of all, thank you, Wolf Will, for being here. Appreciate you. Thank you for your kind words. I also want to emphasize that, well, first of all, these fossils behind me right here, you might be thinking, well, Danny, I mean, you say that these fossils belong in a museum. Why do you have dinosaurs there in your office? Well, I would agree with you that,
that belongs in a museum!
Belongs in a museum if it's an important fossil. These are 3D printed.
Hello? Take the phone to Mommy now!
Miggity Marty.
It's the dinosaur man! Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Miggity Marty, for the 3 months of support.
Are Dinos 3.
I really appreciate that, Miggity Marty. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, these are 3D prints here. I have maybe a couple of little fragments of dinosaur bone in my office. It's a long story, but they're not scientifically important. But I don't want to be, scolding people about, you shouldn't have any fossils at all in your personal collection. It could be really cool to have a collection of fossils that you yourself own, as long as they're not super scientifically important, As long as they're not doing any harm to science, or harm by omission or whatever, as long as they don't more properly belong in a museum. I'll give you an example. Right here, I've got a beautiful fossil fish from the Green River Formation of Wyoming. It's Eocene in age, about 50 million years old. So about 16 million years after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. And it's gorgeous. This is real. A real fish fossil. Diplomystus. I got this as a gift from L.J. Krumenacker, who's a dinosaur paleontologist up in Idaho. And, yeah. These are extremely common. There are, I don't know how many thousands upon thousands of specimens of Diplomystus that exist in museum collections, in private collections, in rock shops. An extraordinarily common animal. I don't know if this would actually be of any use if it were in a museum. They've got so many specimens of them. Tyrannosaurus, on the other hand, every single specimen of Tyrannosaurus is a treasure, and every single one teaches us about these animals and how they lived, how they died, who they were related to, how they evolved, what they ate. All that stuff. Each one is a treasure trove of information. It's not like a super common fish fossil, or a trilobite, or a fossil gastropod, or a shark tooth, or something like that. It's really, really cool oftentimes to have a little personal fossil collection with common fossils like that, because there's a wonderful feeling when you get to hold a fossil like that. A fossil shark tooth, or a fossil snail that's 40 million years old, or a trilobite that's maybe 500 million years old. Some common species of trilobite. To be able to hold that and just feel that sense of communion with Earth history, That's magical. And I 100% encourage that, But if it were the only specimen of that species of trilobite in existence, or one of only 50 or something, I'd be like, well, shoot. It really does belong in a museum. So you see what I mean? It's like, if it's a common fossil like this, I'm not hurting anybody by keeping that here in my office. But if this were something rare and scientifically important, you better believe this would already be in a museum collections. I already would have donated it. Tried to track down its provenance, all that stuff. So yeah. SB Harkin says, can I keep my trilobite I found on a country road in Ohio? Yes, SB Harkin, you keep that safe. You treasure that. Just don't go and try, you know, auctioning off a dinosaur skeleton or anything. You know? So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Fish have no scientific... That's not true, Green Panthera. Fish have tremendous scientific value. This one is already extremely well studied, and so... I don't know. If I ever had a paleoichthyologist tell me, oh yeah, I'd love to study that, I would... Holy cow, would I turn that over to them in a heartbeat. But, anyway, when you're talking about dinosaur fossils, it's something different. Dinosaur fossils tend to be much more rare. So yeah. Yeah. And Green Panthera just being anti-fish. No worries, Green Panthera. And yes, indeed, penguins are dinosaurs. Penguins are birds, and birds are dinosaurs. So anyway, let's continue.
Where it rightfully belongs. So I think it's a perfect example of kind of how shady these deals often are. And
yeah.
If you're trying to buy dinosaur fossils, realize that there's a lot of kind of difficult things going on in terms of morality and in terms of law. These are not smart purchases to make.
I'm really pulling punches there, trying not to cuss and trying not to be too fiery in my speech, I suppose. You know? Yeah.
David, moving away from this, I think, rather hideous illegal trade.
It is hideous,
tell us about the proper use of dinosaur bones. Tell me about your passion. When you're given a skeleton, you're given a bone, how do you react to it and what do you do with it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on T-Rex digs in Montana, which is where both Stan and Shen originally came from, and you know, it's that discovery.
So I later learned, because we had a conversation over Twitter afterward, me and David here, David Waterhouse. He was actually working with the Los Angeles County Museum in Montana, digging up some Tyrannosaurus specimens, which is really, really cool. If you go to the Los Angeles Museum, you will see some of those specimens there. Like this one, and that's the same one. Or no, different one. Anyway, you've got 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens right here, and I think he helped dig up 2 of these, which is pretty neat. So yeah. And they were working on it when I was there. Oh, very cool. Eric is serene. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, but interesting. And you found a trilobite there in Utah. Really neat. Beautiful trilobites from Utah, for sure. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, so he got to dig up 2 of those Tyrannosaurus specimens, I think.
On T-Rex digs in Montana, which is where both Stan and Shen originally came from, and you know, it's that discovery. I was working for a public institution, so now this T-Rex is on display actually in Los Angeles. And it's that kind of feeling that you're the first person to look at this ever, because there weren't people around when
that is a wonderful feeling, of course. Yeah.
But uncovering something that's, you know, 66, 67 million years old, and finding out all that information. And actually, one of the problems with treating skeletons like a sculpture and having it in your foyer
Again, he's making the point these things aren't art objects, and good on him for doing this.
Of a private company or a private house, is that it is just a skeleton. If things are excavated properly, you're looking at the whole environment. You're picking up little bits of information from the sediment around, what the environment was like, what other animals were around, and it's just so much more than just a skeleton. It's that whole entire picture. And what we do in Norfolk is, because we don't have any dinosaurs here, but we do have mammoths. As you know, it's one of the best places in the world to find mammoth fossils. And we encourage responsible fossil collecting.
Yeah.
And in the UK, that's not enshrined in law.
Yeah, so as I understand it, in the UK, there aren't actually like laws in place to ensure that fossils go to museums, but there is over the decades and actually over the centuries, there has developed in the UK kind of a very positive relationship between museums and private collectors, where private collectors tend to be people who are really, really passionate about fossils. And if they find something that's really cool, there's a lot of pride in that, and they often want to donate it to the museum. You know, these things aren't really sold out on the open market like they are here in the US, from what I understand. So yeah.
As would be if you found, say, an archaeological treasure. If you found gold coins, there's laws in place to look after that, the Treasures Act. So we have
But that doesn't apply to fossils.
kind of ourselves, and it's a little bit, think of it like the countryside code. There are certain things, you shouldn't be digging into cliffs. It's dangerous anyway. We've got sites of special scientific interest where you need planning permission to dig in there. But it's also then about sharing your find. Take it to the local museum. They're not going to take it off you. They might take it for a while to study, and then you get it back. That's a good way of doing it.
Let me just go back to Danny for a moment. Danny, in the United States, do you have a proper legal environment to protect these bones and fossils?
Ooh. It's a little bit complicated here in the United States. Unfortunately, if a fossil is found on private land, unfortunately from the perspective of paleontologists, then it's the property of the landowner, and they can do with it what they please. They could donate to a museum, or they could give it to their dog to chew on. Regardless of the scientific importance of whatever the find might be, ultimately it belongs to the landowner. If it's from private land, if it's from public land, the sorts of lands that I work with, Bureau of Land Management land, state lands, then it belongs to the people of the United States, and it needs to be held in the public trust, held in perpetuity so that scientists can study it and the public can enjoy it. And that's what paleontologists like us think should happen for every scientifically important fossil. They're a benefit to all of humanity. They're part of our collective natural heritage. They belong in a museum.
Danny Anduza and Professor David Waterhouse, happy digging to you both. Thank you very much for being on GB News.
Yeah, I was really, really happy with that. Anyway, if you want to take a look at that, here's the YouTube page. Yeah, my channel right there. And I upload every VOD. Every VOD so far in 2023 is now uploaded, with maybe one or two exceptions when YouTube freaked out about some sort of copyright thing or something like that. But, yeah, there we go. Got a growing collection there. Very nice. So, yeah. Doing some learning about your own dinosaurs in the future. Very cool, Wolfo. Very cool. Yeah. And Walter Bug, yes, indeed. Yeah.
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. And thank you, Rune Laura. I appreciate that. Yeah. Holy cow. So yeah, thank you again to Travel the World for sending me this book. Oh boy. Dinosaurs are not collectible, at least not dinosaur fossils. But thanks for helping me keep on top of this subject, Travel. And this book wasn't cheap. This is like $40. So thank you so much, Travel. I really, really appreciate your support there. And, yeah. When this auction goes through, hopefully it doesn't. I don't know. It's currently scheduled to. But this auction in Switzerland. Yeah. From 9 days ago. Oh, here we go. From 5 days ago. From the Independent. Scientists are angry over plans to sell Trinity the T-Rex to a private owner. Trinity, it's really funny that they call it Trinity. You know? It's like, we know this is actually 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens, so, it 100% is, calling it Trinity. Yeah.
Oh my God! He admitted!
They really are admitting it right there. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. The first ever sale of a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. It's actually 3 specimens. In Europe could mean the fossils end up in a private collection.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
A Petrodactylus. 9 months of support from Petrodactylus there. Thank you, Petra. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 9 months. Appreciate that tremendously. And that was a clip of paleontologist Kevin Padian at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. They're in the, in the stacks in the collections cabinets, looking at a pterosaur fossil. Very, very thin, hollow bones there. So yeah. And anyway, and thank you, Shaggy Rex, for being here. I hope to see you next time, Shaggy Rex. And I stream normally 5 days a week. This week I'm actually taking Wednesday off because I'm going to be working on a manuscript and on a presentation about my Spinosaur research. But we'll maybe figure something else out. I might be premiering an old VOD, a museum tour or something on YouTube at the same time I'd normally be streaming. So anyway, yeah. But anyway, I'll see you around, Shaggy Rex. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. The 67 million year old skeleton, nicknamed Trinity, again, he admitted, will go on sale at the Kohler Auction House in Zurich, Switzerland next month. It's been valued at between 6 and 8 million Swiss francs. Oh, gross. It's not like anything shady has ever been done with Swiss francs before. It's not like that entire banking system is all corrupt as all get out and really gross. Anyway, some experts believe the price tag could put Trinity out of the reach of most museums. 100% yes. I've been at museums before where they didn't have, $2,000 to fund a summer's worth of fieldwork, let alone millions of Swiss francs. Yeah. Some experts believe the price... Yeah, okay. They're concerned it could be sold to an ultra-wealthy buyer. It probably will be, and join a growing list of scientifically invaluable fossils. I mean, the scientific value may have already been lost here. That's the thing. As it probably was. I don't know. Again, because you've got 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens that were cobbled together Frankenstein style to make this. Independent. This is nonsense. This, completely unrelated video right here. That's Kirk Johnson, paleobotanist. It's completely unrelated to Tyrannosaurus auctions or anything. Yeah. Doomguy says like a hybrid of different fossils. Yeah, they took 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens. I think 2 from Montana and 1 from Wyoming. And they cobbled them together Frankenstein style to try and make a more complete skeleton because they thought that that would garner a higher auction price. So yeah. Major Warp says, is the selling of skeletons a symptom of museums being underfunded? That's part of it, yeah. Museums are receiving less funding overall, I think, in most cases. COVID was actually really tough on museums. A lot of museums closed during COVID, including some fossil museums. Yeah, but yeah, museums are kind of chronically underfunded, and also you just have, you know, morally unscrupulous people with way too much money that want to privately own things that should be, you know, should belong to we the people, you know? Things like scientifically important specimens. You know? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And that's so odd. It's like different animals that are different types of Tyrannosaurus. It probably is, Doom Guy. Who knows stratigraphically how these critters might be separated? That's the thing, is that, yeah. Anyway, here we go. Tyrannosaurus rex might be 3 different species. There's an idea here that was put forward by Greg Paul and co-authors. Yeah, new analysis based on a data set of fossils led a group of researchers to question whether T-Rex is one species. They suggest 2 additional species should join it. So this is still a debate that's going on right now, you know? Tyrannosaurus was around for, like, at least 2 million years. And a lot can happen in 2 million years. Shoot, with Triceratops. Yeah. We've got Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus lived at the same time. And, here we go. So T-Rex and Triceratops, you know, they lived alongside each other. You might even say, another meme.
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
So Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, I don't know if they were roommates, but they lived at the same time in the same place. They're what we call coeval. They both lived at the end of the Cretaceous period here in North America.
Here's something stranger than science fiction.
And Major Warp, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah,
The majority of people who do research in paleontology consider themselves to be detectives in a
Dinosaur Dave.
part of the joy of our field.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave.
Put together clues that sometimes are extremely obscure.
Thank you for those 3 gift subs. You just got us to our sub goal, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you very, very much for that. Holy cow. Really appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. That's extraordinary. That's, what, 8 subs that you gave today? Or was it 10 earlier for a total of 13? It's a lot, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. And thank you for putting food on my table. I appreciate that very, very much, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for supporting this community. Yeah. So yeah. And I've been doing well, Dark Raven. Good to have you back. Howdy, howdy. Anyway, we know that Triceratops and T-Rex lived at the same time. They're there for about the same, I don't know, roughly 2 million years at the end of the Cretaceous. And we see evolutionary trends in Triceratops. And we've got currently 2 different species of Triceratops that have been named. Triceratops horridus and Triceratops prorsus. This one in the middle hasn't been named yet. But we've got what seems to be 3 different species of Triceratops in the Hell Creek Formation. So it would make sense that there would be 3 different species of Tyrannosaurus, too. You know? What we call chronospecies. But the thing is, we've got far fewer specimens of T-Rex than of Triceratops. Triceratops, there's over 100 specimens just from Montana alone. Tyrannosaurus, we've got, like, maybe 50 specimens from Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, North and South Dakota, and Saskatchewan, too. So, you know, Tyrannosaurus is it's more rare than Triceratops. But the more specimens we have, the better we'll be able to answer this question. Were there actually 3 species of Tyrannosaurus in Hell Creek times? Unfortunately, there are 3 specimens of T-Rex now that are of Tyrannosaurus that will not be available for scientific study, it seems. So yeah, it's anyway. But here's a quote from another paleontologist. The auction of Trinity is just the tip of a very ugly and sprawling iceberg where everyone who is interested in the natural world loses. From school children to scientists, said Dr. Thomas Carr of Carthage College in Wisconsin. Yeah, who tracks T-Rex fossils, told the Times. We did a live stream from Thomas Carr's museum in what's the town in Wisconsin? Beautiful town. It's right there on the coast. Carthage College. It's the dinosaur Kenosha, Wisconsin. The Dinosaur Discovery Museum in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Anyway, beautiful museum. But yeah, he's right. The auction of Trinity is just the tip of a very ugly and sprawling iceberg where everyone who is interested in the natural world loses, from school children to scientists, says Dr. Thomas Carr, and I agree. Good on him for being upfront about how nasty this is, you know? He's not pulling any punches, and good for him. Trinity, described by the auction house as one of the most spectacular T-Rex skeletons in existence, which is completely untrue. Just a bald-faced lie. Again, in a video game, in Minecraft, allegedly, these people are lying through their teeth. That's completely untrue. Anyway, it's made up of bones from 3 dinosaurs, one of the largest predators to ever walk the earth. They're bearing the lead there. Yeah, this is actually 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens here. The fossils were collected from between 2008 and 2013 from the Hell Creek and Lance formations in Montana and Wyoming in the United States. Not even all from the same state, let alone from the same quarry. These are not animals that lived at the same time, and they're just being Frankensteined together. Yeah. Anyway. Kohler says it could not disclose the current owner, saying that it came from a private collection. Possibly a deeply evil supervillain from some sort of a, you know, volcano lair on a far-off island. Who really knows? Yeah. Well, that's probably who'll end up buying it anyway. Actually, yeah, whoever's selling it probably got significantly less money than that. But that's where it's going to end up. Maybe. We'll see. Allegedly in a video game. Professor Steve Brusati. And, oh, hang on. What it do? Thank you for the 8 months there. Really appreciate that. What it do? Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Hang on, there's a commotion outside. Let me check on this real quick. Right back. Driving a big old tractor down the street. Anyway, thank you, What It Do. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 8 months. Really appreciate you. Thank you kindly. Yeah. Yeah. And Petrodactylus said, did someone buy 3 sets of T-Rex fossils and then cobble them together? Yes. That's what happened. They did this on purpose. This is not a mistake. This is very much something done on purpose. because they think that dinosaurs are big business. They think that these things should sell for millions of dollars, and so, I don't know, it's really gross. It really is gross. Yeah. But Professor Steve Brusati from the University of Edinburgh said that Trinity was a Frankenstein Rex. There you go. With pieces mixed and matched from different fossils. This is the same thing that I said in my tweet thing earlier. Even so, these fossils are rare and scientifically important, and I feel they properly belong in a museum where they can be kept safe, studied by scientists, and inspire kids and members of the public at all ages, he said. But I don't know if they are scientifically important anymore. That's the thing, is that these are probably ripped out of the ground without any care taken to document the stratigraphy, fine-scale sediment logs, none of that stuff. So, like, they may have basically been destroyed scientifically just by virtue of being excavated commercially, you know? I don't know. I don't have that information. It might even be, like, a secret where these came from, in which case they would be scientifically useless, you know? Yeah. Anyway, oh, and here's that same thing that I mentioned. Nicolas Cage. And again, they say Tyrannosaurus bataar. What did I tell you? It's Tarbosaurus. But they claimed it was Tyrannosaurus bataar because they knew it would fetch a higher price if they called it Tyrannosaurus bataar. It was controversial, but that's why they went with that. Dodgy geezer. Yeah, go eat your mush, dodgy geezer. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I'm sure. Kirk Johnson. Oh, poor Kirk Johnson getting caught in the crossfire here. He had nothing to do with this. They just threw up a video that was vaguely related to do with Tyrannosaurus here. But anyway. Yeah. Thank you, S'more, for the hydrate there. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Moosey Fate makes an interesting point here. Moosey Fate says it's an irony. And that there would be no money value to the fossils without the scientific value to the predecessors that had scientific value to make them interesting. So then they ruin future scientific value in exchange for money value. Exactly. If it were not for the work of paleontologists, digging up fossils, studying dinosaurs, reconstructing them, and then those dinosaurs, you know, making money for capitalists through movies and toys, advertising campaigns, video games, everything else. We don't see any of that money, obviously, as scientists who are actually doing the basic research, discovering these things in the first place. We don't see a dime from that, usually. And if these things had just been sold in the first place, they never would have been studied, and then they would be inherently valueless to collectors, you know? So it is really ironic, Moosey Fate. Like, these auctions are hurting our science, but our science is the only reason why people, people try to auction these things off, why they think they're valuable in the first place, is because of our work, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what's happening, SV Harkin. You are correct. Just things being commodified and... Ugh. Anyway. And Dark Raven says there was that one documentary on Discovery where they didn't properly secure a piece of a specimen when turning it over. With a machine, the process destroyed it. Was that on their, what was it? Dinosaur Hunters, or Dinosaur Hillbilly Cowboy Cannibals, or whatever. Discovery Channel. It's all Ghost, Bigfoot, Trucker, Pawn Stars, and whatever. Anyway, those jokers. Yeah, I watched the first episode of that and it made me sick. I couldn't watch anymore. Ugh. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And upstairs down, me too. Agreed. Yeah. And Wolf Will says, well, I for one say this to you and all of those who find them. Keep up the good work and keep those bones safe. Thank you, Wolf Will. I appreciate that. I do. Yeah. Yeah. And I agree, they should not be commodified, Doom Guy. Let's say if you found a new species of dinosaur, let's just cross it off and not let the scientists work on the animals so they can identify what it is. That's the thing, Doom Guy. In fact, a number of people have actually tried to do this before, where they're like, oh, well, we've got a new species of dinosaur that we dug up, which it wasn't. This is what happened with the dueling dinosaurs, as they claimed that it was a new species of Chasmosaurine ceratopsian. They're like, we've got a new species of horned dinosaur, because they thought that that would raise the auction price. But it's like, no, you can't. You can't determine it's a new species unless you study it. And you can't study it unless it's in a museum. You know? Them's the rules. That's how it works. So, I don't know. There's some really gross stuff that happens like that, you know? Yeah. And we'll actually be talking about this next week. On Wednesday, we'll be talking about Archaeoraptor and the dangers of commercial specimens. This is a time when they actually claimed that they had a new species of dinosaur, but it was a commercial specimen. It was privately owned. And you know what happened? Well, it turned out to be a scam. Don't buy fossils. Just don't do it. You never know what kind of nonsense, what kind of shenanigans are trying to be pulled on you. So yeah, we'll be talking about that on Wednesday. By the way, this Wednesday, announcement, no stream this coming Wednesday. I'm actually taking the day off to work on some science. But I'll see if I can post an old museum VOD or something, like a tour that I did live on Twitch of a museum. See if I can take that VOD, post it to YouTube, and premiere it at our normal stream time. So you can watch that then if you'd like to. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Dark Raven. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. And those were not all of them were amateur dinosaur hunting people. Some of those were like professional commercial collectors. People like Clayton Phipps. So yeah, yeah. Professional in the sense that they're making a tremendous amount of money on that when they do sell things. They're doing it for a living, at least partly. Oh yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. And Upstairs Down says it's the same problem with Nighthawks. Maverick metal detectorists who raid ancient sites and totally divorce artifacts from context. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Or that thing that happened in the UK. Just this past weekend, right? Yeah. Here we go. In Hampshire, shark beheaded after washing up on beach. So on Saturday, locals walking up Leap Beach in Hampshire discovered a dead shark, which is actually really scientifically important. Like, this is really rare in these waters. It was some kind of tiger, sand tiger shark, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Snow tweeted a video at 1 p.m. Or 1 p.m.? What would be 1 a.m.? Greenwich Mean Time from a road near the beach where he and a group of people had dragged the 8-foot-long shark to try and safeguard it. We recovered a good chunk of it, but some trophy hunters got there just before us, and they took the head and the dorsal fin on the tail, he said. That was really disappointing, he said, since he and the group had been asked by scientists to secure the carcass for this once-in-a-lifetime find.
We will be examining as a paleontologist.
So once again, you know, poached. And, Hija del pecado. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Otra vez. ¿Cómo está? How are you doing, Hija del pecado? It is great to have you here. Thank you for your raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you all? It's great to have you here. We're talking about the insanity of commercial dinosaur collection and auction and everything, and how these fossils, you know, if it's an important dinosaur fossil, where does it belong?
That belongs in a museum.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, sounds like the name of a telenovela. Oscar Juniors. Yeah, today's your anniversary. Well, happy anniversary, Hija del Pecado. How did your stream go? I hope it was brilliant. Thank you for bringing everybody here. If it's anybody's very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. Me llamo Dani Andusa. Soy un paleontólogo de los dinosaurios. I work on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. And actually, I'm working on a publication on Wednesday. That's why I won't be streaming that day. But, yeah. It's great to have you here. Iha, thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it. So, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so this is really sad because this would have been a really scientifically important specimen, and scientists seeing this on social media asked some locals to look after it so it didn't get poached. But then, in the middle of the night, some people showed up, cut off the head and the tail. Trophy hunters. Which is deeply, deeply disappointing. So yeah. Mr. Snow put out a plea on Twitter for whomever had the head to bring it back temporarily so the scientists could examine it, adding the individual could then keep the head. Sure, just want to see it to study it for a little while, you know? Scientifically important. He told the BBC that researchers were hoping to see the teeth and head as they believed the animal could be a small-toothed sand tiger shark, usually found in warmer waters. He said it was a rare opportunity to have access to the shark and that scientists who'd contacted him wanted to study it to help us learn about the oceans and the ocean health and climate change. And holy cow, Ben Garrett, who works on dinosaurs actually. Ben Garrett is a professor of evolutionary biology at the University of East Anglia. He said it was important for scientists to see the shark as it offered a snapshot of animals living in international waters. But anyway. Some people are selfish and they just want to own something for themselves, you know? To the detriment of everyone around them. And whether it's the case of a shark that washes up on a beach, or a scientifically important dinosaur fossil, some people are just selfish like that. I don't know. I was at the beach myself this morning, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I had a shopping bag in my pocket. I thought maybe I'd go to the grocery store afterward. There was so much plastic trash all over the beach. I spent like an hour cleaning up as much as I could. And I don't know, other people are staring at me. They're like, what's he doing? Cleaning up trash. There's all this plastic trash all over the beach. There's a big, huge, like lid from one of those big plastic containers. About half the lid was there. Yeah, one of these. Yeah, a big one though. Yeah, like the 27-gallon one. Yeah, there was half of one of those just sitting there on the beach. I managed to stuff it into the bag, and anyway, it's really gross sometimes how selfish and lazy people can be. Just, I call them pigs, but that would be an insult to pigs, you know? Pigs are delightful animals. Pigs don't leave plastic trash on the beach. They're smarter and kinder than that. They also don't buy or sell important dinosaur fossils at auction. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now at this point, almost. It's time to wrap up today's broadcast, I think. Again, reminder, I will not be streaming on Wednesday, but stay tuned. Tomorrow I'll be talking about what we'll be doing instead. I'll try and premiere a special YouTube video that day at that same time. So if you want to get your fossil content fix, we can make that happen. But I've got some other stuff I got to take care of tonight, and it's about time to wrap this up. So let's do it. There we go. And there's a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're going to see whom we can raid into right now. Who might be doing some science, or some science outreach, or something cool. And, there you go. We are going to go say hello to Science Streams. A fellow scientist here on Twitch. 2 scientists, actually, although Lita hasn't been on in a while.
We had our little one.
Hopefully, she'll be on sometime soon. But yeah, anyway, Balint and Lita are 2 working scientists. They do active research in molecular biology, systems biology. They study ants and genes. Not genes like denim pants, genes like genetics. And it's always a good time. Wholesome good time there. They are doing wonderful science outreach here on Twitch, so I'm delighted to raid them. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the chat. And really appreciate all of you. Holy moly. Thank you to everybody who followed, everybody who rated, everybody who gifted subs. We made our sub goal today. We exceeded it by 1. Thank you to everybody who gifted subs. I appreciate that tremendously. I've got a short streaming schedule this week, skipping Wednesday, so thank you for helping keep me on budget with those sub gifts. I appreciate that tremendously. I really, really do. So yeah, Wolf Will says I'm going to enjoy learning more on this end. Great, Wolf Will. You're going to love science streams. Always a good time. So, yeah. Anyway, everybody, I will see you there. Thank you, thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow live on stream, too, if you'd care to join me. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
You're here. And then, yeah, DMX for your little one, your 6-year-old. If you ever come by and we're live and you want to see something on the microscope, we actually, DMX, have a giant list. Oh, my goodness. Paleontologizing.